everybody, True Crime Metrix here. No Adelsons today. National emergency, international emergency. Nancy Guthrie, the mother, the 84-year-old mother with a pacemaker of Savannah Guthrie, is missing. Presumed abducted. There's blood all over the house. There's smashed up video cameras, doorbell cameras. People are saying it's an inside job. Or my theory is, was straight away as I heard the news, was Amber fucking Heard? Because the only place I know Savannah Guthrie from is from that amazing interview that was a post-Depp Heard trial that Savannah had with Amber Heard there, which was pretty brutal. Could it be that at that moment, revenge was sealed? Personally, I've had that Arlo Guthrie song in my head all day. You know the one? You know the one? You know the one. It's like, coming into Los Angeles, bringing in a couple of keys. Don't touch my bags, if you please, Mr. Customs Man. Man. But no relation. Zero. Woody, nothing. Arlo, nothing. But it's funny, isn't it? They're father and son, and Savannah and Nancy are mother and daughter, or the other way around. Yeah. Could be like a step family. Maybe they should adopt. But I thought to start us off with the mystery, we'd go back to where it all started for me, which was that great interview with Amber Heard. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Boom.
It's been about more than a week since the verdict. As you sit here with me now, has it sunk in? How could it? It's surreal.
I hate her, I hate her, I hate her, I hate her. What is all that about? Why don't you just be yourself? You know, the thing is with Amber Heard is that, I don't know, it's like she so cannot stand herself that she needs to pretend to be something else to act. But she's so focused on getting away from whatever she is that her character just gets confused. Wires get crossed, and we end up with this very strange, it's not really fembot like we see with Wendy. It's totally different than that. But it's just this, what, in your big, loud exhale, how could it? And then look up and, all again, let's see it again.
It's been about more than a week since the verdict. As you sit here with me now, has it sunk in? How could it? It's surreal and difficult.
Mute. Hello, Nico Lee. How you doing? Just kidding. I know your name is Nicole. I remember all.
In part, yes. This has been a long time coming. Do you stand by your testimony and your accusations against Johnny Depp about abuse? Of course. To my dying day, will stand by every word of my testimony.
Hey, Amber, did you ever hear the phrase, what is it? The phrase is overstating the facts. To my dying day, my final breath. And it's kind of an interesting way to overstate, well, they're not facts, are they? But to overstate the narrative. Because until my dying day suggests that on her dying day, she will admit the truth, right? It's just interesting wording. There would have been a better way to word it, such as, Well, just say it plainly. Everything was true. Until my dying day. Like with that thing that I got accused of recently that wasn't true, I never said, until my dying day, I won't admit what I did. Oh my God.
The real-life drama of the defamation case between Amber Heard and her ex-husband Johnny Depp captivated millions of people around the world.
Amber Heard just got exposed.
Johnny, you hit me.
This is so cringe.
With clips spreading across social media.
Oh, I loved all that. That was great. There were some really good ones as well, and particularly some of the TikToks of people doing impressions of Amber's lawyer, Miss... what was it? It was a German name, like Berklauf or something. What was it? Come on. What was Amber's lady lawyer called? We all remember Mr. Rottenborn. It was a joke. Some say he was born rotten. Johnny did well, didn't he? Of saying, hello, Mr. Rottenborn. Just leaving enough of a gap between the two parts of that name to...
Media like wildfire.
I think
Hey, soap.
vast majority
Soap. Less of the noise. Thank you.
of this trial was played out on social media. I think that this trial,
Yeah. You and Donna Adelson too. Where was the evidence?
is an example of that gone haywire, gone amok. And the jury is not immune to that.
You think the jury saw it?
How could they not? I think
Haywire is one of those words like whatnot that nobody ever uses. And when people do use them, think about why.
even the most well-intentioned juror, it would have been impossible to avoid this.
People online and crowds outside the court.
Even the most well-intentioned primitive ape of a juror. She's got some really interesting choice of language where she's talking down to the common man. It's great. It's priceless. But really, this is not an Amber Heard show. We're looking at Savannah Guthrie purely because it was. The only reason that I know who on earth she was, right?
Courthouse made it clear where they stood.
Every single day I passed for 3, 4, sometimes 6 blocks, city blocks lined with people holding signs saying, burn the witch, death to...
Well, you know, they were dotted about. Most of them were like, I love you, Johnny! So it wasn't 6 blocks of people holding signs saying death to the witch. But in a funny way, it's a bit like when Charlie Adelson says, see, I was right about I would get life in prison, so I'm a genius. It's a bit like that, where they frame something like, listen, there were 4, 5, 6 blocks, maybe 7 or 8 blocks of people that cared enough about me and my pathetic excuse for an existence that they came down and they painted a sign all about me. So, yeah, it was all about me. 6 blocks of me.
How?
There was a great AI, or I don't even know if it was AI at that point. Was that a thing? I don't know. Somebody said, somebody put an image of the courtroom, the Johnny Depp Amber Heard courtroom, full of people in Jack Sparrow costumes, which was funny. Even the judge, I think, was in an eye patch and a big tricorn hat.
That felt.
This was the most humiliating and horrible thing I've ever been through. I have never felt more removed from my own humanity. I felt less than human.
Let's go back to the day of the verdict. Were you feeling confident?
That's a great question. I wish I could say yes to that.
She wants to appear like she's introspective, like she's going inside herself to find the answer, and then surfaces to bring us the truth from her own heart.
I want to say yes.
Find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation. Answer, yes.
After the 6-week trial, the jury found Heard defamed Depp in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed in which she wrote she was a public figure representing domestic abuse. She never mentioned her ex-husband by name. Depp denied the abuse allegations in court. Heard won just one of 3 claims in her countersuit against her ex-husband. That verdict came less than 2 years after a judge ruled against Depp in a similar case in the UK, in which he sued a British newspaper that called him a wife-beater.
There was another trial, dealt with the same substantive issues that had even more evidence in. In fact, my evidence was largely kept out. Really important pieces of evidence kept out. Done differently, handled differently by a judge instead of a jury.
Some evidence is admissible in a UK court that is not admissible in a US court. Do you think that maybe he just had better lawyers?
I will say his lawyers did certainly a better job of distracting the jury from the real issues.
For some people...
She can't admit that he had better lawyers. when you know, a badger, a blind badger would be able to see that. We get the concept of freedom of speech from the Greeks. We get that from the Greeks. You know, democracy actually means to speak Greek freely. We get that from the Greeks, along with the name Stavros and the dish moussaka and feta cheese. Apart from that, what's that booze? What's that booze that they have? Ouzo? Is it ouzo? Or is it something else? It's not grappa. That's Italian. Ouzo and raki. Right? Raki. Yeah, we get raki from the Greeks. And democracy.
It's not just the freedom to speak. It's a freedom to speak truth to power.
It's not just a freedom to speak. It's a freedom to speak Greek. Because we get it from the Greeks. And what did the Greeks do? They spoke truth to power. And Savannah Guthrie just tears this down. She's like, yeah, but the key word in that was truth. And that's the issue. And Amber's like, no, the key word is power, definitely power, and that's what I should do.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, now notice here that is not a compliment. Amber, in her kind of weighing of the statement, will frame it as a compliment. That was the performance of a lifetime. Amber takes that as that performance was so well done and authentic that it blew me away and I couldn't believe what I was witnessing wasn't real. That's not what Camille Vasquez meant at all, okay? It's not a compliment, Amber.
For the man who convinced the world he had scissors for fingers?
Okay, I'm not going to spend too much time on that statement because everyone just loves that. Yes, Amber, he did not convince the world. Most people, when they watch a movie like Edward Scissorhands, realize that those are props.
I'm the
there's sort of an agreement between the viewer and the people that make the movie. The producers, there's an agreement where they go, okay, we'll entertain the idea that he does have scissors for fingers while we watch the movie. Because if you went to see that movie and it came on Edward Scissorhands with the clipping, you know, he's cutting that what do you call it? You know, he's sculpting some hedge lawn or some hedges, or what do you call those things? You know, hedges or bushes? Is there a difference? I think a hedge is it's like a fence, right? It's a line, a hedge line, right? That's what it is. That's the difference. If people were in the movie theater saying, this isn't real, that would ruin it for everybody else, right? This is fake. Those scissors he's got, those are some sort of strange theater prop gloves that he's wearing, and underneath are his real hands. That would ruin everything in movies and fantasy and just... Amber.
I had listened to weeks of testimony.
We all did, and again and again and again, over and over, and then we had to listen to 10,000 people on TikTok making fun of you for about a year, and then it kind of died down. But every so often we can dip in and out. Well, thank you, Christ in a Rose. It's topiary. I think I'm saying that right. Topiary is the sculpted hedges and shrubs. That's the word for it. Topiary.
It becomes normal, as I testified to. You have to adapt.
You say you were responding, but there is evidence. There are tapes in which
you have to adapt. You have to adapt. I mean, sometimes if Johnny Depp is about to kill your sister, you have to adapt and throw a can of Red Bull at his head. Johnny Depp's got one of those big bodyguards next to him batting away a can of Red Bull so it doesn't hit him in the head. Amber's like throwing what do you call those things? Clothes rails. She had all these clothes rails in man, can you imagine what the wardrobe of Amber Heard looks like?
Black and
wow, major slow retention rate on this. We're 20 minutes in, there's been 419 views. I mean, that's high for the Metrix average, but there's only 44 that have remained in. Well, do click a like button, click, because that's helpful.
white, because it's anything but when you're living in it.
But then there are other times, there's another tape where you're taunting him and
maybe people saw the thumbnail and thought that we were going to be talking about Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. We are. I'm just, it's my process.
saying, oh, tell the world, Johnny Depp, I, a man, am the victim of domestic violence.
20-second clips or the transcripts of them.
Personally, the recording of Amber saying, oh, tell the world, Johnny, tell the world, I, Johnny Depp, a man, and the victim of domestic abuse. I always heard it different than the accepted version, really. I thought she was just saying man, oh, I, Johnny Depp, man, I'm the victim of domestic violence. Not like a man, like that, which really would... The reason that statement is so bad is because of you think people are going to believe a man would be the victim of domestic abuse. Let me tell you, it absolutely can be. Shit. Yeah, but if we take that out of the equation, it's still bad, but it's slightly different. I never heard the a man. I just heard man, like oh boy, like oh man.
Are not representative of even the 2 hours or the 3 hours that those clips are excerpt from.
Could your side have just put the whole 3 hours in then?
I'm not a lawyer. As I testified to, I was talking in those recordings as a person an extreme amount of emotional, psychological, and physical distress.
He
And
says
it
he
doesn't-
never hit you.
He can't-
Never. Is
Yeah.
that a lie?
Yes, it is.
What about the witnesses who said they have seen you instigate physical violence?
I've seen firsthand how people will file rank and support the person they depend on.
Did they all come in and lie in court?
I am not here to call any of his witnesses any names. I'm here to just kind of talk about it from what it felt like for me as a person who sat there.
When I asked his lawyers, why do you think you won? And the answer I got was, because she never took responsibility for anything she did.
You said that he was a sellout. Oh, is this going to be good for your book? No, you can write your book. That was my favourite thing she ever did. I actually really liked that. It's like the Stewie Griffin thing, isn't it? You've been working on that novel for about 3 years. How's that novel coming?
Almost unrecognizable to myself ways. There's so much. I have so much regret. I freely and openly and voluntarily talked about what I.
Freely, openly, and voluntarily, and willingly, and happily. I hate it. I hate it when they do that. Wendy does a lot of that. What was the big one with Wendy? Those 4 words that essentially, pretty much, I know there's slight nuances, but all 4 words mean exactly the same thing. I'm trying to remember what they were. Shit, what was it? Okay, I need to meditate. What was it? God, it escapes me. It escapes me.
I talked about the horrible language. I talked about being pushed to the extent where I didn't even know the difference between, right and wrong. I will always continue to feel like I was a part of this, like I was the other half of this.
Look at the weird asymmetry in her face. And asymmetry in expressions. We saw the big one with Wendy, didn't we? Where is that? Let's see if we can bring that up, because that is a fantastic example of the dangers of asymmetry in expressions. Granted, only the Cleopatras and the Greta Garbos of this world have truly symmetrical faces. But that's in form. The real key thing is when it's in an expression. I'm just thinking where this image would be. Where would it be? Well, not in audio files, you idiot. No, okay. We'll look under W for Wendy. There. Boom. That one. Well, this one. It's better when you see it in motion. We tried to capture it, but maybe it doesn't make much sense when you look at that. But that's when half of her face, the mask slipped, and half it was maintained. It's probably what's going on with Amber here. I mean, just look at the way she answers this question. Her face goes into about 4 different formations all at once. Very dangerous woman, right?
I talked about the horrible language. I talked about being pushed to the extent where I didn't even know the difference between, right and wrong.
No, I was pushed to not know the difference between right and wrong. I mean, just think about that statement in itself. I was pushed to the point where I didn't know the difference between right and wrong. And, I mean, that's the requirement for an insanity plea, right? To be found not guilty by reason of insanity, part of the grounds to achieve that are to show that the defendant could not or did not understand the difference between right and wrong. That's like the primary thing. Because you can be mentally ill and still know that you shouldn't kill people. You can be undiagnosed and not know that. And that's the test, right? So it's kind of interesting that she's saying that, and saying then also obviously that she was pushed to be not knowing the difference between right and wrong. Kind of feels like you're denying any responsibility, like you're saying it was someone else's fault. Like, I did wrong, but it was because of them. See what you made me do? Which, maybe, I think people have heard that. I think people have heard people say that, right? See what you made me do? People love that.
I talked about the horrible language. I talked about being pushed to the extent where I didn't even know the difference between, right and wrong. I will always continue to feel like I was a part of this, like I was.
That's all the crazy symmetry. The mouth, the eyes, even the cheek. Look at her left cheek and her right cheek. Even that. And that's hard to do, right? Try and you see, okay, so Amber's left cheek has a line on the nose, just next to the nose, where the cheek muscle is, and then on the right side, her right side, it isn't there. That's actually, nobody listening to this chat can do that voluntarily. You have to be a psycho. So if you see that in people, back the fuck up. That's too much. Mouth, nose, cheek, eye, probably ear as well. But isn't her hair all nice and pretty?
The other half of this relationship because I was. And it was ugly. And could be very beautiful. It was very, very toxic.
Yeah, it was so beautiful when I got my own way. I said, Johnny, I want a shiny thing. And he said, okay. And then I was happy.
We were awful to each other. I made a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes. But I've always told the truth.
Hurd's lawyers say they plan to appeal that verdict. And as for the notion from Hurd that there was evidence allowed in that UK trial that could have potentially made a difference last week, Depp's attorney said here on Today that the evidence presented in the latest trial far exceeded the UK one, 2 different processes, and they believe the jury got it right. Well, we have a lot more of our conversation to share with you tomorrow.
Great. Should we do part 2? I mean, there is a part 2. It's only 8 minutes. We might as well. And then we'll get to the meat and bones. The meat and bones. Because a few short years later, Savannah's going to be looking for her mother.
Now, of course, I took for granted what I assumed was my right to speak.
Do you feel like you could be sued again by him for defamation?
I'm scared that no matter what I do, no matter what I say or how I say it, every step that I take, will present another opportunity for this sort of silencing.
Every step you take, every move you make, I'll be watching you. Was that intentional? Did she just drop in the police?
Which is what I guess a defamation lawsuit is meant to do. It's meant to take your voice.
But Amber is still speaking, just days after.
Even the bits where where it's going really well for Amber, I think after the UK trial, and even before that came up, when she's doing this whole like rallying thing to I don't know, a charity organization that's doing a big speakers on a stage thing, what do you call it, gathering event, and she's like, I woke up one morning in a burning house and I smelled the smoke. This is her analogy for realizing that she was in an abusive relationship, and it's too fucking theatrical, right? In its wording and in its delivery. And it's amazing to me that an actor can be somehow at the level that she was and not get that. But I've seen a couple of her performances, and as I suspected, they were all a pile of shit. There was this one that she did with Kevin Costner, and it was an insult. You could see on Kevin's face, he was thinking, what is this? Why is this person here with me? Have I sunken so low in my career? I've been so forgotten ever since I was Robin Hood that this is the person that you put with me? It was horrible.
A jury stunned many and found the actress defamed Depp in an op-ed where she said she was a public figure representing domestic abuse.
And then she's got this peacock thing, you know, peacock appearance of. I mean, do I think she's attractive? I mean, it's not particularly. I mean, I can see that she's got things that make her classically attractive, but I see no joy within her that isn't at the expense of others, and that I get that from the photograph. I'm not even talking about the trial. And that's not attractive at all. There's no playfulness that's not about supporting her self-image. There's no letting go. There's nothing.
The piece, which never mentioned Depp by name, was published 2 years after the couple announced they had settled their divorce.
Life had seemingly moved on, and you decide to write an op-ed.
Or since. It was like, I forget what it means. What is it? It's two bigger words. I forget, it doesn't matter. It's just nothing I'd ever heard before.
My voice to a bigger cultural conversation that we were having at the time.
Did you worry? Gosh, I'd love to be a person weighing in on these cultural issues, but that's going to stir this all up again.
I obviously knew it was important for me not to make it about him or to do anything like defame him. I had lawyers, teams of lawyers, review all the drafts of this.
When you wrote this op-ed, it was the height of Me Too. Legions of powerful men.
I knew that thing was going to be trouble the moment it started. And I'm all in support of what it was supposed to be. It was just like, nah, this is going to get out of hand. And look what happened.
And being canceled, losing their jobs. Did you want that to happen to Johnny Depp?
Of course not.
Uh-huh.
Of course not. It wasn't about him.
But the op-ed and the abuse alleged was at the heart of the 6-week trial.
Just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in what felt like my eye.
Heard testified that the final...
Yeah, I think it was my eye. It could have been my eye or my elbow. Because when you're under such abuse, you don't know the difference between where you get hit. It happens so often. So sometimes he'd throw a phone and it hit my eye. Other times he'd throw a phone and it hit my elbow, and they get all mixed up with the trauma.
Straw came after a violent fight in May 2016. 6 days later, she filed for a restraining order, cameras capturing her as she...
It's comically fake, Amber. And you're overselling with your withdrawn expression of whatever it is.
She left the courthouse. But Depp's lawyers convinced the jury Heard was lying about the abuse. Police who responded to the 2016 incident testified during the trial that they didn't see any injuries and that Heard declined to file charges.
This was a hoax, according to his team. Why didn't I cooperate with the police? As I've testified before, and I will stand by until my dying day, I didn't want to cooperate with them. I didn't want this to be out. I didn't want this to be known. I didn't want to cooperate with them because I didn't want this to be, I didn't want to get him in trouble. If it was a hoax, I could have done that.
But 5 days later, you went to court and it came out.
5 days later, I made the decision to stand up for myself and protect myself. You can't get a restraining order in private, which of course I didn't understand the night when the cops were called.
An employee of TMZ testified at court and said that TMZ was tipped off about when you were going to be going to the courthouse and on what side of your face bruises would be apparent. Did you tip off TMZ?
I was going to say, he certainly didn't get tipped off by me or anyone in my...
Did anyone you know tip off TMZ?
Why would they? No.
You asked no one to do that?
As I testified to before, it had nothing to do with me.
There are different incidents that you testified to, and the Depp legal team would put up pictures of you publicly right after that or in the days following and saying that why are there no bruises?
Again, it's that thing. If you have bruising, if you have injuries, it's fake. If you don't have any, then you weren't injured.
You had promised to donate $7 million.
If you do have them, they're fake. If you don't have them, it's not real.
Of your divorce settlement to charity. It was revealed at trial that you haven't done so yet. However, they played a tape where you stayed on the air that you have donated it. Do you think that raised questions as to your credibility with the jury?
I made I have no bad feelings or ill will towards him at all. I know that might be hard to understand, or it might be really easy to understand. If you've just never loved anyone, it should be easy.
Depp's attorneys have said they do not see the verdict in this case.
Okay, Savannah. So thank you for your time. Where's your mother? You know, was it Amber Heard? Could it have been? Probably not. But what can we watch now about the Nancy Guthrie case? Because I've been trying to get up to speed. But I got about 45 minutes into Surviving the Survivor video, and I had to turn it off when I realized that in that 45 minutes, all that I had been told was something, what was it? That Phoenix is more urban than Tucson. Okay, and then I was like, okay, this is a waste of my fucking time. But, no, what, okay, oh, here's the, what is a good Savannah Guthrie video? Just straight, without some idiot doing a presentation about it, like me. Without some idiot like me presenting it. What about this on Fox News? Let's have a look at Fox News. Boom. Boom. how about some sound? Oh, people have been talking about the sheriff and his statement. We've got to check out that. I think there's 2, right? Why? He's taking a picture of the police truck. For what? I wonder how many batteries that those trucks have in them. I mean, to keep lights on that strong, they must have at least 2 auxiliary batteries. You wouldn't want to have to leave your lights on and then come back and not be able to start your police truck, would you? That'd be embarrassing. Is there no sound? What is... Why? Fox News, you suck. Oh, look at that. Looks like a drug compound. Maybe that's the real truth. The picture I've seen of her, she's playing mahjong. Mahjong? Maybe a gambling debt. Borrowed money from the wrong people. Okay, so we're going to go round in the drone, the thermal drone. Nice swimming pool. Very classy. Well, that's a terrible video to show. What about... where's the ransom notification?
And now to that desperate search to find Nancy Guthrie, the Today co-host Savannah Guthrie's elderly mother. Overnight, investigators were seen towing a car from Nancy's residence as the FBI combs the house, examining security cameras. ABC's Alex Stone has more on the investigation.
The search for Savannah Guthrie's elderly mother, Nancy, now stretching into its 7th day.
We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again.
The FBI and Pima...
Well, she's probably dead, right? I mean, it's been a week. She's not got her meds and the pacemaker. Pacemaker's not connected to the phone, so they don't know where that is. Well, they know where it is. They don't know if it's working. Yeah.
The county sheriff's department now using digital billboards in several cities, including Phoenix, Los Angeles, and Houston, to raise awareness.
What did they put up? They put up a $2,500 reward. Did that strike anyone else as low? I mean, isn't Savannah Guthrie like worth 40 million or something? So, what's with the $2,500? Oh, great! That's a month's rent.
About Guthrie's disappearance. A $50,000 reward is being offered for information that leads to an arrest. The FBI going door to door in the missing 84-year-old's neighborhood after a Tucson television station received a new...
Well, the other thing is, why would you kidnap an 84-year-old person? Do you know what that's going to be like? To even go to lunch with someone that old is an ordeal, right? It's like you got to fucking wait, and then it takes them like, I don't know, an hour to get out of the car. So why would you want to kidnap an... And then if they die, which they very well could do, because they've got medical conditions and they're fucking old, that's felony murder. Because they died while they were in your custody. Illegal custody after you criminally kidnapped them. It's a terrible idea. And also, you got to think, I mean, I hate to say it like this, but if you've got $5 million and your 84-year-old mother gets kidnapped, are you gonna spend $4 million to get her back? And then she dies in 2 years? Of natural causes? All safe at home? But it's cost you $4 million. I mean, how much time are you going to spend with her, really, in 2 years?
New message. The station said it contained something the senders seem to think will prove to investigators they're the same people who sent the first note. The one that mentioned Nancy Guthrie's Apple Watch and possible damage at her home, demanded Bitcoin, and included 2 deadlines. The first deadline has come and gone. The second is in only 2 days. The FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department said investigators are actively inspecting the information provided in the message for its authenticity. Investigators seen towing a car from the residence overnight following another thorough search of Nancy Guthrie's home.
If the ransom note talks about specific things in the house, like things broken, things moved, cameras removed or smashed, whatever it might be, if that's the case, they're going to go back and double check they've got to see if it matches what the bad guys are telling them.
President Trump suggesting he expects something definitive from the investigation soon.
I think we're doing very well, meaning...
Well, yeah, like a body, that would be definitive. I mean, that to me, that's what it sounded like he meant.
We have some clues, I think, that are very strong, and I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
But so far, investigators say they have no suspects or persons of interest in Guthrie's disappearance. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
It was a pretty broad statement from the president there. I think we may have some answers coming up soon-ish. Yeah. You see, there's no moderator in chat. I think we're too late. We're too late. It's midnight. Hope everyone's having a great Saturday. Oh, hang on. Hey, Christina, have you got a good video to watch about Nancy Guthrie? Something about the sheriff. That's the one we need to watch, isn't it? The sheriff. Sheriff. What is going on with this guy?
For what I say, but I understand. So we're going to try our best to be succinct with you in the future, and also more important for you to understand is we have a lot of work in front of us. We have a job to do, and we have someone's life who is in jeopardy. And so job number one is we got to find her, and we got to work hard to do that. I understand there's great attention on this, and rightfully so, and I appreciate it, and I thank you for it, because it has generated a lot of leads for us. And so we're tracking those leads, and we're doing things with evidence that you would expect us to be doing. So having said that, we're going to set this up. I know that a number of you yesterday, you guys drove me crazy. Yesterday I was going from AM to all the way to 9, 10, 11, midnight.
It's pretty casual, isn't he? He doesn't talk like a sheriff that's giving an announcement about a kidnapping. He talks like, what? Where does this behavior fit? Because it's not as a sheriff giving a statement to the press about a elderly mother of a celebrity to the media at all. But he's confident, isn't he? Really. He likes being up there, that's for sure.
Answering
this is his moment in the sun.
Concerns and questions, and it's just too tough, and it's not fair to the case. So what I'm going to tell you is today we're going to do this similar to what we're doing right now. Here we'll take questions. It's not really my briefing, it's your briefing. You'll be able to ask us some questions. We'll probably shut you off after a while because I just can't be here all day. We have work to do. But we'll take some questions, and then in a couple of days, breaks. We'll do this every couple of days. So, and we'll set up with you through our PIO teams to give you anything that comes up that might change, but clearly they will notify you on these, what I call media briefings. So with that, I'm going to ask John to come up. If you've got a statement to say, John, and then we'll take some questions and we'll get back to work.
Hello, I'm John Edwards. My spelling is Jonedwards. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI's office here in Tucson. First, we want the community to know that the FBI is doing everything in our power to bring Nancy Guthrie home to her family. The FBI is working alongside the Pima County Sheriff.
Yeah, but he didn't say alive, did he? Why not?
Department on this incident. In terms of what the FBI is doing, we are providing the following support. Primarily, it's analytical and technical support in the following ways. We're downloading and analyzing cell phones, obtaining cell tower information, conducting interviews, and providing any and all investigative support that the Sheriff's Department needs. We are looking at this from every angle, but we need your help. If you live in the area or saw something on Saturday night, the 31st of January, or Sunday morning, the 1st of February, please report it to the Pima County Sheriff's Department or the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. Every lead and tip is important. We are aggressively pursuing and looking into every single one. Again, please help us bring Nancy Guthrie home. Thank you.
We'll take some questions.
Sheriff, is there any indication so far as to whether this was a random abduction or targeted?
It's like I said earlier, we're looking at all the leads, and we don't know. We're going to assume both sides of that. We'll look at both sides of that.
Do you have any idea what Nancy Guthrie was wearing, or the type of car that she might have left from, or any identifiable information that the public could use to help with those tips?
We do not.
Sheriff, do you believe that
Freddie Starr, yeah, that's a good point.
one or more than one person was involved in the kidnapping?
I just no clue. It could have been one. It could have been more. I don't know. Let me get one second.
Is there any indication that Nancy Guthrie is still alive? We know the medication played a critical role here. It's been 48 hours. She needs it every single day. Are you looking for someone that is still alive?
We hope we are. We hope we are.
Sheriff said earlier.
Yeah, probably not, but we hope. We're not ready to say that we think we're dealing with murder. She's obviously dead. There's no way she's coming back alive. Sorry. It's how long has it been? 7 days. So she was missing at church, and then I think they went for dinner or lunch or something, and then they dropped her off. She was supposed to come to church next day, and she wasn't there. So they went to the house, and they were like, "Oh my God, there's blood on the outside the front door right there." So they called the cops, and it was 7 days. She's got to have this medication every day. She's 84 years old, and this is the thing: why would it be a kidnapping? For a ransom? And these ransom notes? Yeah, you're going to send a ransom note to fucking TMZ. TMZ. We want $10 million, TMZ. Yeah, okay. Nah. Sounds like revenge. Which brings me back to Amber Heard again. But the person knew the house, right? They knew where the cameras were. They smashed up all the cameras, the lights, and so on like that. So maybe some a postman, maybe a postman that visited there a lot, because they can get around easily.
That you don't believe there's a wider threat to the public. If you're not sure if it's targeted, why do you believe there's no wider threat to the public?
Well, we have crime in Tucson all the time, right? Like any city. And so there, when you say a threat to the public, is there somebody out there who's kidnapping elderly people in the middle of the night every night? We've not heard that. We don't believe that's the case. We do believe.
I think that might be the case. I think there might be someone who's next, you know. And Arizona, that's like fish in a barrel. If that's your kick, what do? I kidnap the elderly, and you know, it's easier because they sleep a lot, so they're quiet.
That Nancy was taken from her home against her will, and that's where we're at.
Sheriff, when you reference violence at the site, can you elaborate on that? And also, was there a sign of forced entry?
It's almost like Sheriff John Bennell from World's Wildest Police Videos. Let's bring him up. Sheriff John Bennell. Where's a good picture of John? You see, like that. This guy talking would just love this job. It's probably why he became a sheriff. World's Wildest Police Videos.
Any valuables taken, any bank or ATM cards used after her disappearance?
We're not getting into that. What I'd tell you is, like any crime scene, we processed this crime scene. We gathered all the evidence we could, to include looking for what? Fingerprints, DNA, camera images, everything you can imagine. And we gathered that out. Those things have been submitted forward to labs, to technological companies to help us. And that's, we're like you. We're waiting for those returns to come back.
And those companies are not being too helpful, apparently. They're like, yeah, listen, that's all we got. They didn't pay their subscription. Like, there was a camera that would have caught the abduction, but she didn't pay the subscription, so they just don't keep the data.
Did you find DNA that did not belong in that house?
The window of time from when she was last seen to when she was reported missing, and I know you guys are asking for help from the public, is there any way...
And 2 a.m. as well. 2 a.m. That's when her pacemaker stopped communicating with her phone.
To narrow down what time you might be up. Like, I know there was a report about a pacemaker dinging like around 2 o'clock in the morning. Is there any way to indicate to people, hey, look around 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. to help them identify what they might have?
You know, I really don't want to get into narrowing down the time, because narrowing it down means we could miss some tips and leads. We're working on with the data we've submitted for investigative analysis. We're working to see if that time can be tightened up. But for now, we're going with what we told you earlier. She was dropped off at 9:30, and she was found to be missing at about 11 o'clock Sunday morning.
Sheriff,
Let me get this one first.
DNA of anyone else found in the house?
We've submitted all kinds of samples for DNA, and we've gotten some back, but nothing to indicate any suspects.
Anybody strange in the neighborhood? I know you're looking at video, different surveillance camera, anything that we should be looking out at, different cars?
I have nothing in that regard.
Have any demands been made by kidnappers?
We have all kinds of investigative leads we're working on.
Sheriff, we noticed that.
Have any demands been made by kidnappers? We have all kinds of investigative leads that we're working on. Okay. Well, is that one of them?
Sheriff,
I should hope so.
The camera on the front of the house is missing. Do you believe the perpetrator purposely took the camera?
Don't know that. We're looking into that as well. Yes, sir.
That's even fully processed now.
Could have been an owl. Could have been an owl that thought it was a rat and took it to his nest.
Saw deputies leave around 6 o'clock last night. We didn't see tapes go up. An Amazon driver was able to walk right up to the door.
Amazon drivers, you see, they fucking deliver those packages all the time. They'd know the way in, wouldn't they? Oh, leave it on the back patio so they get a chance to look around, see the cameras. Amazon, just some Amazon guy, sick. There's no ransom. There's no real ransom. It was either some Amazon guy or the Guthries themselves, right? Bad blood.
Is that pretty standard for how you handle this?
The scene is done. We're done with the residents. If we need to go back to get, maybe we want to do something with some other piece of evidence there, we contact the family and let them know. But we have turned that over to the family. I don't have the time, but it was sometime yesterday, I believe.
Have you recovered any tire tracks or any footprints around the house?
No.
Was there
Would you please take us through the timeline that you've established of the events so far and with as much detail as you can?
9:30, 9:45, we were told she was left at her home by the family. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the family got notice from somebody at church that she was not at church. They went to the home, found her to be missing. That's the timeline. From Saturday night, 9:45, we'll say, to Sunday morning, 11 o'clock.
Have you been
Let me get somebody back here, please.
Have you interviewed the people that reported her missing, the people from the...
That's the family. Oh, from the church as well. We're doing all kinds of interviews, yes, I'm sure we have.
Have you been able to access the footage from the cameras at the house?
That's all been submitted, and we're doing our best with those companies who own those cameras or built those cameras.
Are there any plans to release those videos from the cameras, from the surveillance? Are there any plans to release the video from the cameras, surveillance footage?
We don't even have them yet, so no, not at this time. This is an active investigation.
There's a report of a suspicious man a few doors down last week. Is that anything that you guys are aware of?
I'm not aware of it. My detectives may be. There's a lot of detective work being done, and I just can't get into those weeds or even discuss with you what they may not have learned. Yes, ma'am.
Support from the board yesterday. Are there specific resources that maybe the board has?
So, tool of Tejabi, the black shirt complements the text and stars on his shirt. Probably why he wears it. Well, he should dye his hair as well, jet black, to complement the stars. It's just a strange... Arizona, okay? Okay, it's just a strange shirt. He's a strange man. I have no confidence that he will find the truth.
Not granted, that would have made a difference responding to this case.
Well, you know, that's getting into my own local politics. I apologize. Yes, the board...
What was the question? What are your local politics?
Can't get into those weeds or even discuss with you what they may not have learned. Yes, ma'am.
Support from the board yesterday. Are there specific resources that maybe the board has not granted that would have made a difference responding to this case?
Well, you know, that's getting into my own local politics. I apologize. Yes, the board a few weeks ago denied a request for more cameras, more drones, more AI capabilities with our own body-worn cameras. All those things, you know, that you'd have to talk to the board. Wow. I'm not probably not the right.
So maybe it was an inside job from the cops, because they were angry about that denial from the board about more drones. So they said, well, see what happens? See what happens when you deny our request for more drones? This happens. Savannah Guthrie's mother is missing.
Right time to go into this.
Sheriff,
let me get somebody else here.
Sheriff,
Yes.
do you believe she's still in this area?
Do we believe?
Do you believe she's still in this area, or is there somewhere else?
We don't know where she is. So we're you like any investigation. You start from the point of where we last saw her, and we work out.
And who last saw her, right? Family.
We're working as far out as we can go.
Sheriff, can you walk through the evidence found?
Forced entry at the house, like any broken windows or whatever? Does it seem like people just went in and out?
There are concerns at the house that concerned us from the early on part of this investigation, and that's all I will tell you. Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Is there any history with Nancy needing police at her place, or concerns where she was worried about somebody following her, or?
You know, our investigative team has looked into all of those things, and that has not been brought to my attention. So she may have had something like that, but I'm not aware of it.
What is the extent of collaboration with the federal government? Obviously, FBI is here, CBP. Are there other agencies also involved?
CBP's role in this was in our search and rescue mission, where we constantly use them. They have great dogs too. Our dogs aren't tracking dogs for this. Theirs are, and so they came out and did that. Anybody else, though, that we've asked for help from, whether it's the FBI, I know if we needed help from CBP or DEA or ATF, they would gladly give it. I've heard from leadership from all sorts of agencies, not just at the federal level, but across the state. Every one of them saying, Sheriff, you need anything, we're here.
So you obviously said investigators, when they got on scene, they found suspicious circumstances. When the family called originally to report her missing, did they say anything about the state of the home?
I don't know that. I don't know. Let me hang on. Let me make sure I'm getting some different people here. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so there was blood that was found inside the house and you're testing it for DNA. How much blood and where was it?
I'm not saying there's blood inside that house or outside that house. What I'm saying is our team processed a scene like you.
Well, we've seen the pictures. It's definitely outside the house. I think it's inside too, right?
Think of any crime scene. We go in and we process it. We look for things like that: blood, DNA, any kind of physical evidence, fingerprints, anything. And all of that is gathered and submitted to a lab. That lab will report back to us what they find. So found from that lab is nothing that would tell us this is who did this.
We'll take a couple more questions, and then the sheriff's got to go.
Sheriff, can you walk through the evidence that was found at the scene in as much detail as possible?
No, I cannot.
What is the bottleneck to the surveillance footage? I know you said some of it is in the cloud, but you've also been reached out to tech companies that are saying they're cooperating. Why do you not have the surveillance footage on media?
That's what I tell them. How come I don't have this? Where's my evidence? It is a process, and I'm sorry, but you know, we're grateful that there's large corporations and companies who have bent over backwards to help us, to say, hey, Sheriff, tell us what you need. And so, yeah, I can't slam them. And we've asked them. They know the urgency here, but I'm like you. What do you mean I don't know that now? Yeah, it's tough.
Follow up on an answer that you gave earlier. You were asked if there were You were asked if there was any ransom, and you didn't say no. You said we're following all leads. Does that mean a ransom has come in?
We're following all leads we have. That's all I can tell you. We've got hundreds of leads, and it's from you that produce those leads by telling people we need help, and I'm grateful for that. But I'm not going to get into all that. We have a team designated to deal with all of our leads. They're looking into all of that. We are sharing all of our leads with the FBI. They are helping us in evaluating those leads, how good they are, where that priority should be. And so we're just...
Look at that agent. He was born an agent. He will die an agent.
But look, I know you guys are doing your job, and you're doing a great job. But we have a job to do too.
Well, why does your job make it look like you're some sort of magician that performs at children's parties? What is this? He's got some, gusto, hasn't he? The way he jumps around. The FBI's like, what are you going to do next? Start juggling? Juggling while he's talking to the press, and then he starts pulling a handkerchief out of his sleeve, and it just keeps going. Endless rainbow chain of handkerchiefs. And pulls a bouquet of flowers out of a top hat. He's a magician. That's what it is. A slash juggler on a unicycle.
Well, we need help, and I'm grateful for that. But I'm not going to get into all that. We have a team designated to deal with all of our leads. They're looking into all of that. We are sharing all of our leads with the FBI. They are helping us in evaluating those leads, how good they are, where that priority should be. And so we're just, look, I know you guys are doing your job, and you're doing a great job. But we have a job to do too, and I really...
I know you guys are doing a job, and you're doing a great job, but pick a card. Don't show me. Show them. Show them. Okay, check my thumb. Check my thumb. 4 of diamonds.
We need to back away from this for a while, and we'll see you, unless something breaks, we'll see you Thursday morning. PIO will give you a time frame, I'm guessing somewhere around 11:30. But
That's it.
Hey, thank you. I need your emails. If you are not on the email list, get with me in the corner. I'll be right by the sheriff's sign, okay?
My email is Coco the Magician at Pima County Sheriff's Department.gov. Pima the Fantastic. Is there another sheriff that speaks? I think I heard about another sheriff that speaks, right? Well, what about this one? I saw something about this one. Oh, Sean Hannity.
Now with more is founder of TMZ, Harvey Levin, is with us. Harvey, my friend, wish I saw you under better circumstances. Let's talk a little bit what you learned as this was going on in real time while you're doing the show.
Well, I kind of need to back.
Look at this guy's house. He's got some modern art on the back wall there. Doesn't seem to be the best lighting on his piece. But then what is this dog on the left? Who is that?
This up to Tuesday when we received what looked like a ransom letter. And so we called the sheriff's department in Pima, and they took the information.
Hang on, didn't the ransom letter say don't call the sheriff's department? And they just did it anyway? That's a little reckless. I mean, surely they should have called the White House.
There was something in that letter that caught my eye at the end where they mentioned both, now I can say it because the FBI said it, an Apple Watch and a damaged floodlight. What I found interesting, because we knew she wore an Apple Watch, there are pictures of her with Savannah with that watch, but they mentioned where the watch was, the placement of the watch in the house. And that's not something that was out there.
Where was it?
I had a long talk with the sheriff's department. A couple hours later, the FBI.
Okay, so the ransom note that they sent to TMZ mentions the Apple Watch that was placed. I mean, where was it placed? Because if it was on the nightstand next to her bed, that's an easy one, isn't it? It would have to be unusually placed for it to be relevant.
FBI called, and they wanted a lot of information. So when I said there are 2 deadlines, yes, there is one that changes the demand, and that's the one that that has already passed, and the one on Monday is far more consequential.
Well, I want to go back to that word consequential, because what you said on your show, something is supposed to change if they don't pay the money by the first deadline, quote, but the second deadline is much more important. And now you're saying much more consequential. Look, I'm not going to ask you to disclose anything you can't disclose. but it sounds dire. It sounds like the urgency to find her. Time is certainly of the essence. Number one, for medication, her age, her health, and it sounds like there's a greater threat behind this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're reading it right. I will say the letter begins, and again, we're not sure that this is really written by the person who asked Nancy. But I will say the letter begins by saying she is safe but scared. And they go on to say she knows exactly what the demand is. And so they are, through us telling the family, and obviously the Sheriff's Department gave the family the letter we received, exactly what they're demanding, and they're saying that Nancy is aware of it. They are also saying, Sean, and I find this, pretty interesting when you look at what happened today. They're saying that this will be their only communication, and they are done communicating, negotiating. Here's the deal, and that's it. And as the clock ticks, I think that's one of the reasons the FBI and other authorities have, gotten desperate here, because as far as we can tell, it's impossible to trace the origin of this email. And I will say that there are real reasons based on what's written there that I believe that this person is in the radius of the Tucson area. And there's something very specific in there, and I'm sure the FBI keyed in on this a while ago. And it makes me think that whoever did this, if whoever wrote this letter is in that Tucson area. And I think it's one of the reasons, too, that they sent the same email to one of the local stations in Tucson. This person is familiar with the Tucson television market. And based on the way it's written, I believe that this is somebody in that wide Tucson area, not in Tucson. Could be in New Mexico. They could be in New Mexico now, but they are definitely familiar with Tucson.
All right, it's interesting.
What, more so than they could find out online? I'm pretty certain if I needed to find who to send a ransom note, he's saying, oh, they knew the local media in Tucson. Well, you can get that on Google. Local radio station in Tucson. It'll show up with a phone number and an address and a person.
Because both you and Nancy Grace, both old friends of mine, both have the same theory that it's a local person. When you first read this, and as you examine this, and as you talk to law enforcement, you have great instincts, Harvey. I mean, you've been a success for decades on television. You kind of have a nose for what's true and not true. Does your gut tell you this is very real to you, that this is a ransom, a kidnapping ransom?
Well, look, I don't know for sure. I felt that when I called the sheriff and told them about these two items, that would be a telltale thing. That if those items or something in the description match something that we don't know, that the public didn't know, then it gives credence to it. And again, I got a call from the FBI a few hours later, and they were very interested. They were on the phone with my IT team. As far as I know, and my IT team has been hard at work on this, and I know the feds have. I don't think they're going to be able to figure out where this email originated from. I know the Bitcoin address is real. So what I will say is this, that this is not a letter that was thrown together in a couple of minutes. It is a very specific, well-organized, layered letter that really lays things out. This is not AI. If an English teacher were to look at the structure and the grammar and everything else, I think they would have no notes. So this is somebody, it's not a crazy person who's writing this. I mean, they may be crazy, but they have the capacity to make demands, say what they want, say what they don't want, and it's very, very structured.
So the family has now reached out twice publicly, and it is your strong belief, and you've seen the letter, you got the first copy that I know of. It's your strong belief that, in fact, this will be their only means of communication. You don't believe they'll be responding to Savannah or her brother.
Well, look, Sean, that's what they say in the letter. You know, there's a substantial demand here. And what the Guthries have said is they want proof of life. And just saying in the letter she's okay but scared doesn't prove life. And so I don't know what's going to happen. You know, will whoever, if this letter is legitimate, will this person have a change of heart and try and send something? I don't know. But the way it's written, they say this is it. It's the only communication, and the police aren't going to be able to help you. They're that bold saying that. So as far as I know, the police don't have a lot of clues.
This isn't real. The person would have already known to have sent a proof of life. Unless they're completely just stupid, right? There's not going to be, I guarantee you this, there will not be a photograph sent of a proof of life. And even if she were alive now, which she's probably not, they still wouldn't send one, because this, I don't think it's a kidnapping motivated by ransom. No. It's either a sicko or the family.
Here, because that's one of the reasons they were so open today at the news conference and provided more details. But I will tell you, and I think this is, you know, I just cannot overstate my gut here. And it's more than my gut. There is a phrase in this email that absolutely makes me believe this person who wrote this, and if they're telling the truth, that Nancy is within a radius of the Tucson area, not in Tucson right now, but in a radius. It could be New Mexico. I don't know how far, but I think at least what the authorities have is they've got a radius, and that's something.
Yeah, I mean, think back to the Elizabeth Smart case, right? Harvey Levin, we really appreciate you taking time to be with us. Thank you for sharing all that. Hey, Sean Hannity here.
The Elizabeth Smart case. We should do that again. Emmanuel David Isaiah, incredible interrogation from 2003. What did somebody just say? Jill Jane wants to see Nancy Grace. Okay. Back on Hannity with Nancy Grace.
All right, here with more analysis is Nancy Grace is back with us. All right, Nancy, there's a lot again to unpack that's new tonight. A new message. Now they're back at the home. Investigators are back at the home. A new investigation. Now the media has been pushed out. Again, no proof of life. And, you know, the deadline is getting near. And there's no path to communication with this individual. You know, you covered crime your entire adult life. What do you make of all this?
A lot. From the get-go, I have believed that the author of these ransom notes is local. He has, it's a he, statistically, he has an attachment to KOLD. Did he grow up there? When I was writing my first fiction book, I had to refer to a radio station, a TV station. I went to the one of my childhood, WMAZ.
Statistically doesn't mean anything. Does it? Really? Does it mean that much? Statistically, it's a he. It's a he. Statistically. Wow, Nancy. I mean, after an entire adult life of covering crime, I thought you might have a little more.
Sentiment.
Hey, thank you, Jill Jane, for this super thing there. That's a very good super thing there. Thank you so much, Jill Jane.
Attachment. Did he grow up there? Does he watch it? I guarantee you he's watching right now. Now, while there was no proof of life...
Yeah. Statistically, they always watch the news. Men tend to do that when they kidnap, statistically.
In this next missive, we are told that there was sensitive information. What does that mean? That could mean anything. That could mean her favorite color is purple. She likes oatmeal in the morning. Her first pet as a little girl.
That is not sensitive information. Her favorite color is purple. It certainly was for Shanann Watts.
Was cinnamon cat. I mean, it could mean anything. It could be anything in there that only she would know and only the family would recognize. Now, why is he choosing to communicate with a media outlet? Probably because, you know, trying to communicate with law enforcement is like Daniel walking into the lion's den. No. He feels comfortable writing KOLD.
It's exactly the same.
He didn't put another deadline in. And most important, while everyone is looking at the negative aspects of this last missive, I'm looking at the positive. This guy wants to deal. He wants to talk. I'm sure there's a number of reasons he's not communicating directly with Savannah or a sibling or law enforcement. He feels at home, better with, more protected with KOLD. And I guarantee you something else. There was something in that letter that just came down today that put them up on the top of that roof, and they are now scouring the foothills in the area. The homeowner association in that neighborhood has contacted everyone living there saying they're coming, they're searching, please open up your properties. Interesting that they are searching the properties of people in that very area, home to home, curtilage to curtilage, that's garage, shed, dollhouse, you name it. Why? I'm curious. That tells me something, but I'm very intrigued with...
Yeah, and they mentioned the Homeowners Association as well, which I think was the Catalina Hills or something. Maybe that's it. Maybe she was just really pissing off a neighbor, saying, "You can't plant those kind of flowers here. It's only cactus here. We have a manual."
Them going up on the roof. What was in that note that put them up on the roof?
Okay, they went back to the house. Law enforcement has gone back. By the way, they have over 100 local people with adjoining counties participating and the FBI. So there are a lot of resources now on the ground here. Back at the house, media removed. That's interesting to me. They don't want this guy knowing what they are up to, although you can see the shot from the roof. Now, one other piece of the puzzle. There was a Circle K that confirmed that law enforcement did go to one of their stores receiving a tip regarding a vehicle of interest, and their team provided them access to the store's surveillance video. Now, this is an issue that we discussed in detail last night, and that is, okay, there's one way in, there's one way out. At some point, there has to be some camera, someplace, picking up license plates, vehicles, type of vehicles that are in the surrounding area, were in the surrounding area at the time of this abduction.
Well, it's the desert, so there's only so many opportunities.
It's very simple. From the stream to the river, from the river to the ocean, there's an outlet. Just as you're saying, there's an outlet, even though there may not be cameras that are helping us in that neighborhood, there's got to be a stop sign or a red light. And another thing about this quick trip, where they got the surveillance. Same thing happened in Brian Koberger. Same thing happened in Alex Murdaugh. You follow the road. You follow it to its natural end, its turning point, its dead end. You have to go one way or the other. And this quick trip is also telling me the direction the perp went. See what I mean? You get to the red light, that way or that way, he's going that way. Okay, what is that way? Where is that leading me? It's slim, true, but it's something. I would be on those red lights on every LPR license plate reader. Along that way, there are about 200 in the Tucson area. Knuckle down. Also, I just wanted to tell you, I spoke with one of the founding members of CAST, Cellular Analysis Survey Team, and they are all over it tonight. They have people there in D.C. working with people locally. The locals are trying to download what they can from the towers, and those elsewhere remote are analyzing it. Remember, there's only 3 really big servers, and that would be AT&T, T-Mobile, and VCW. All the other mom and pops use those lines. They are now identifying cars in that area that were there between that time, that critical time frame between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. And they're finding cars that went in and out, not like an Uber driver, but stayed for a certain period of time and left. And remember, it's 2:30 in the morning. Who's driving around at that time of the morning on an early Sunday morning? I have great faith. Now, here's the problem with that, Sean. Burner phones. Because when you prepay, you can put, hey, my name is Bugs Bunny. You don't have to put your name or your real address, your real phone number.
Yeah. You can say, my name is Bugs Bunny. You might get a funny look. I'd like a burner phone, please. What's the name? Bugs. And then last name, Bunny.
None of that. Because if it's a burner phone turning up in that area, they then have to find out where was it purchased, try to get video, the works. Then they'll have to see who did Bugs Bunny call? Is he calling his girlfriend? Is he calling his dope dealer? It's very hard when you got a burner phone.
What was Bugs Bunny's girlfriend called? I gotta find that out. What was Bugs Bunny's girlfriend? Lola Bunny.
But I know that CAST, Cellular Analysis Survey Team, is about 3 inches up that tailpipe tonight.
Let's go back to what Harvey just revealed to us. In the initial letter that he got at TMZ, the letter said that Nancy would be returned back to Tucson within a specific time frame. That's very telling. He actually gave us a really good perimeter, great analysis of the distance it would take to drive back to Tucson. That's part one. Number two, neighbors say a suspicious white van was spotted on their street only days before Guthrie went missing. You know, one particular neighbor said he informed police about the unmarked van when he was questioned by authorities. Okay. This doesn't look like the type of neighborhood, Nancy, where you just happen to stop and let me sit here for a few hours and eat my lunch. And most workers are in a van that is marked with their company logo. So that seems odd to me. That seems like surveillance to me.
Yes, it does. And the fact that this was noticed by more than one person gives it the indicia of credibility.
So it's the white van. I mean, they're always in a white van. That's easy. They were probably going around asking about a white van before anyone brought it up. Did you see any white van? Anything suspicious, like a van, maybe a white van? And people go, oh yeah, there was a van.
It's not just one Gladys
It
Kravitz
was
next
white.
door going, hey, I saw a white
There was a van, and it was white, and it was suspicious.
van. No, it's more than one person, and they seem to be credible. So that needs to be chased down. And now that they have the general description of the van, and they've got a date, they're going to be able to go back to that red light I keep talking about and get a description and maybe even a license and track it down. That is big. Yes, it's a needle in a haystack, but it's something, Sean.
Time is going by, and apparently she's not in the best of health. She needs her medication, and time is really of the essence. And that second deadline warning that Harvey mentioned, that's chilling. That's why I think law enforcement is all in right now. Nancy, you've been phenomenal. We appreciate you as always. Thank you. Here, hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Okay, thank you, Sean. So people are saying, T-Talk says, they said that 3 deputies were just at Annie Guthrie's house. Did you find your van key, Metrix? No, I didn't lose the van key. I lost a car key. And I didn't find it, but I got another one. Yeah. Cost about half of the value of the car, which was great. But it does work. But it also fell apart again. Yeah. But we'll sort it out. So Annie Guthrie's house, huh? And then Jill tells us, can someone explain why the children's crime unit was called to Annie's house? Oh, Betty Larson tells us that Bug's girlfriend was on Honey Bunny. I don't know what happened to make them break up. It's terrible, isn't it? One of the you got Brad and Angelina, and then these two. So let's see if we can find out about this crazy Anne Cunningham. Not Anne Cunningham, what am I saying? Guthrie. Annie Guthrie. Police. So what? They're making a search. What's this right here?
So I'm outside Annie Guthrie's house, which is obviously Savannah's sister, and there's 2 law enforcement vehicles here. My photographer was here when they got here and said that he saw camera flashes from inside the house coming from the windows, so it seems like they could be taking pictures inside. You can see the lights are on.
Yeah, but maybe they've noticed that someone tried to break into her house, you know? So they could have said, hey, look, I just noticed that my window pane, it's got crowbar marks on it. I mean, that would call for deputies to go there, and that would call for photographs to be taken at the scene. We don't know that it's foul play.
Inside. We don't know that anyone is here, like that Annie is still here or her husband or Savannah. I was told that they are not here, but I'm not sure. But law enforcement is definitely here, and they showed up tonight. And apparently we're taking pictures inside. I might still be taking pictures inside. So I'm gonna stay out here, obviously, but I just wanted to give you guys an update. So I'm outside Annie Guthrie's house, which is
Okay, well, is that all? Hey, does anybody... We need a fucking moderator. Where's a goddamn moderator? And what else is there? What's that? Extra TV. There we go. Extra on the ground.
Extra on the ground as FBI agents arrive at the home of Savannah's sister, Annie. They remain silent, but today the sheriff is blasting multiple rumors and unverified reports about just what happened to Savannah Guthrie's mom and the possibility authorities may have identified a prime suspect. The sharing of unverified accusations or false information is irresponsible and does not assist the investigation. The sheriff's department insisted to Extra today. And as those rumors rocketed around the web, the department told us no suspect or person of interest has been identified at this time. Nancy's daughter Annie and son-in-law Tommaso Cioni were just spotted for the first time since Nancy went missing. The sheriff tells the New York Times Tommaso dropped Nancy off at her home after dinner Saturday and made sure she made it safely inside before leaving. The mysteries surrounding the circumstances.
Veggie Girl says, Jill Jane, I think they were investigating stuff on the computer. Yeah, yeah. Like what? Like, how to get away with a kidnapping? I don't know. I mean, it's either some whack job or the family.
Of her disappearance sometime between Saturday night and Sunday morning.
And everybody should become a member. Hello, Christina. Look, our first moderator in here today. Why did they lose the wrench? I like the wrench. What is there's a new icon, a shield.
Morning is deepening.
Nancy, a white female, 84 years of age, 5'2" medium build, powder blue.
Extra with the dispatch audio making it clear that authorities knew from the very beginning her life could be in danger.
Nancy has high blood pressure, pacemaker, and cardiac issues.
And now, this.
This is the new video.
Blood found outside Nancy's front door. The Ring camera missing from its mount.
You can see right there, see the blood?
News Nation's senior national correspondent Brian Enton taking this video.
The crime scene was...
The Ring camera missing from its mount. What, you mean you can just unclip it and take it with you? You'd think there'd be a bit more securely fastened, so you'd at least have to break it. The Ring camera was missing from its mount.
Cleared, and we were able to walk up to the front door and see the blood. We don't know how long the blood was there, but what was it?
A poll would be good. What should that poll be? We should have a poll. It's absolutely something we should do. Well, I think she's dead, so that'll be an option. What will be the outcome of the case? She's dead. She will come back alive. Or hang on. Returned alive. Ransom paid. Or returned alive. Criminals caught. Or she will never be found. Check that poll. What will be the outcome of the case? She's dead but found, or returned alive, ransom paid. Returned alive, criminals caught, or she will never be found.
Interesting to me is it didn't spread out into the driveway. It was just near the front door, which made me wonder if it was Nancy bleeding when she was taken from the house. Did they put her right into a car right there? There's only a couple ways in and out of the neighborhood. It's kind of twisty and windy getting around. A lot of the locals believe this had to be someone who knew the area.
But what about the blood?
I think it probably indicates either a blitz attack or that she decided that she was going to fight.
Jim Clementi is a retired FBI profiler and talked about who authorities would typically look at in a crime like this.
In a number of these cases, we'll see workers who come to the home who, because of that access, know that she lives there alone and she would be vulnerable. That's one category. The other category is other people that are known to her that have a different motive. And it could be money, revenge, personal ideology in this case, because we just don't
revenge.
Have enough information. But I would say that the risk that this offender took was extremely high. So the motivation must have been very strong. I'm sure that the FBI has basically brought in Rapid Start, which is a computer program that handles multiple leads and makes sure that everything is coordinated. And all the forensic capabilities of the FBI, I'm sure, are being tasked right now.
We do know Savannah will stay in Arizona and not travel to Italy for the Olympics. Only days ago, she told us she was looking forward to Milan.
I know it's a cliche, but I really do love the figure skating.
Her NBC Sports co-host Mike Tirico speaking out to Talk Sport.
We're just heartbroken and devastated and praying for Savannah and her entire family through this difficult time.
A sentiment shared in Nancy's Tucson neighborhood.
Well, thank you, Extra. So everybody thinks that she's dead. I think she's dead. Why would you kidnap an 84-year-old woman? I mean, how long would that take? You're going to have to, and then she'll forget her fucking cardigan, and you'll have to go back in the house. She's worried that there'll be a draft in the building where she'll be held. Is it drafty? I have to take my medication every hour. Otherwise, I get terrible diarrhea and flatulence. Yeah, it's just babies are easier, I think, because you can just put them in a bag or a drawer, you know, and just keep them there. But with an old lady, it's like a baby, but bigger and with more demands. I wouldn't want to do it. You want to kidnap someone. I mean, who would it be? What would be the best age to kidnap someone? Probably like maybe 50. Good health. Stand up on their own 2 feet. Carry their own bag. I mean, why would you kidnap an 84-year-old woman with health issues? That's high risk. Virtually no chance of a success rate. It's doesn't seem likely that it's motivated by money. I mean, if it was motivated by money, why wouldn't you leave a ransom note at the scene? And people say, well, Metrix, they could have been worried about fingerprints. Well, you know, I think they wore gloves. They haven't got any fingerprints. Or maybe they could have traced the ink from the printer. There's ways around that. You just have to cut out the letters from a newspaper and then put them all like that. That's how they do it, isn't it? In the cartoons. What do we have now? There's got to be some other video. But what about this? No. Who's that? I don't know who that is. I need a link to just normal content. What's this?
I want to bring in our law enforcement experts now. Vincent Vargas is a former Border Patrol agent who served in the elite Boardstar unit. They are experts in searching and tracking. Raymond Carr is a retired FBI special agent who co-hosts the Cold Red podcast. And Jeffrey Halstead is a retired police chief for Fort Worth, Texas, and a former commander in the Phoenix, Arizona Police Department. Great to have all of you here. Raymond, I'm going to start with you because of the FBI connection. Clearly, the FBI is taking these ransom letters seriously, because they include these facts about Nancy, that she was wearing this Apple Watch, that there's a floodlight in her home. But as Brian just pointed out, we don't really know if these are things that only the kidnappers would know.
That's correct. Just so you know, I was a team leader for Philadelphia's FBI hostage negotiation team. So I'm familiar with these types of situations.
So what do you make of these videos? The video that just came out from Cameron Guthrie literally moments ago at that deadline that was in the hostage demand, and the video last night from Savannah and her sister Annie. Is that the right move?
Let's talk first about the Savannah Guthrie's video. There's 4 things that came out in that video to me. The first thing is the fact that it was strategically done. I don't think they wrote it by themselves. I think they had support from law enforcement. Probably the FBI assisted them in writing that.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
Because they're going to be part of that process. Number 2, first of all, they asked for a means to communicate, and then they asked for proof of life, which is standard. The other thing that she did, which I thought was very good, is she humanized Nancy.
Right.
She wasn't. A lot of times, your offenders look at the victims as a vehicle to their means to their end, and here she was able to humanize her, talk about her medical condition, her grandchildren, her children, and the last thing, which I thought was also really good, was her tone. You have to understand that tone is 5 times more important than what you say. And she showed a great deal of empathy, and I thought that was really good on her part.
And just very, very quickly before I move on to the other panelists, also strategic was Cameron's brand new video that just came out a few minutes ago, right at the time of that first deadline in the ransom note.
Well, you talk about the deadline passing, but there's really no reason to communicate or to be able to satisfy that demand, because there's issues that there's been numerous cases I've been involved in where we worked and walked past a deadline numerous times.
Right.
And it happens because there's things that need to be shown. And in this case, there's a need of proof of life. We need to know that, hey, are these people actually the individuals that are holding Nancy captive? Or are they just some people running a scam?
All right, Chief, we have this new timeline that the sheriff revealed today that at 5:30 p.m. Nancy takes an Uber to a family member's house. At 9:48 p.m. the garage door opens. As that family member drops her back at home, the garage door closes at 9:50 p.m. And then at 1:47 a.m. this doorbell camera is disconnected. At 2:12 a.m. a sensor on one of the cameras detects someone or something moving near the house. And at 2:28, the pacemaker app disconnects from her home. meaning she's now too far away from her phone for the pacemaker to connect. So whatever happened, it seems to have happened in that 31-minute time frame between 1:47 a.m. and 2:28 a.m.
Yeah, without a doubt, I think that timeline is going to benefit. Remember that there is a public facing of this investigation. Then there's an extreme strategic focus of the investigation itself. So the public facing is very generic, and sometimes it can be vague intentionally, but the strategic focus of this investigation is extensive. I'm feeling for all of these investigators, especially the sheriff as well as the family, because
See, this is what I don't get about media. It's like, why would that be what was it? The strategic investigation is extensive. Okay. Thanks for the update.
they are absolutely exhausted. They're not getting any sleep. But what is absolutely critical, and especially for viewers, if you have these security systems and you do not have immediate cloud backup and you arm your systems at night, it is frustrating for law enforcement to get that in.
Stuff like this happens, and those doorbell camera sales go way up, don't they? There's men in their 50s all over Arizona right now driving to Best Buy to get their mother a doorbell camera, which they're going to go and immediately install. And have connected to their cell phone. Sales have gone up. This is great for them.
Intelligence and to get it out to these investigators.
Right, Chief, the sheriff said they're still working on it, but they can't seem to get the images.
You know what I mean? People that sell security items, whatever they may be, just love having people in fear, don't they? You know, so it's a mindset.
Themselves. I mean, it feels like you go to all this effort to install these security devices, and then literally we might have the kidnapper or abductor on, captured by the sensors, and yet no video.
Yeah, it's because when he talked about that loop recording over and over again, it's because it was not installed and or activated to a cloud service module for that particular security doorbell camera. You know, in all these other high-profile cases, they get those images immediately from the cloud. This one was just rolled over. It's going to take an extensive amount of the data scientists and data searching into those devices to get that information and then strategically work on the focus.
Vincent, we just heard that the blood on the porch was tested and it did come back to Nancy Guthrie. It looks, that's not an insignificant amount of blood. It seems to signify she was really hurt somehow.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like that. With Borstar on the case, I think that's going to be significant for them to be able to find with the scent of the dog and continue to start tracking. If they did go by foot, that's what they've been activated for.
Go by foot with an 84-year-old woman through the desert at 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Let us know how the dogs do. The dogs go like 12 feet out of the front door and the trail ends because they got in a van.
Borstar can only help. Borstar, by the way, is that special.
Do I need to watch the news to know that? Or yeah, if they went on foot, maybe they're trekking through the Grand Canyon.
Border Patrol unit that you were part of, and it has been called in to help in the search for Nancy. It has special expertise in tracking people in the desert, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the terrain. That's the area of operation.
Yeah, they've got a bald eagle that will fly up instead of a drone. Yeah, that's the good old boy method in Arizona. They use it. They still use a bald eagle. I mean, how American is that as well? that will just fly up instead of a drone to track them as they trek through the desert.
For the Borstar team, they work in that.
Imagine if they were both on like a mobility scooter. Oh, this would be a great film. Okay, so you kidnap an 84-year-old woman, and you don't want to use your vehicle because it'll be tracked. So you take her mobility scooter and you both just start driving through the desert. Imagine what you could do with that. It'd be like that scene in Better Call Saul where they have to get back with all the money, but with a mobility scooter and an 84-year-old woman. It writes itself.
Environment all day long. They know all the travel routes that are taken by foot all the time. And so they're going to be on that with their search dogs. Those dogs are highly trained. They can pick up scent and continue to carry it and follow it through all their tracks. And so in each one of them, it's important to mention, are medics in some capacity, EMTs or paramedics. And so in the event they do come across her, they can provide medical attention immediately.
But are they only able to track her if she couldn't walk? There's no way. They got into some vehicle somehow.
Yeah, that's one. If they're tracking by foot, yes, it's accurate. But if they're in vehicle, then at that point, it's going to be hard for them to find anything.
Raymond, the ransom note had this 5.
So what's the point? I mean, you have to look at the likelihood and go, okay, what is the likelihood that they walked into the middle of the desert? And if they did that, surely you could spot them from the air as well.
p.m. Arizona time deadline today for payment. That deadline just passed. There appears to be a second deadline for Monday. How common is that to have 2 deadlines for payment in a ransom note?
It's not, and it also makes me question the credibility of it. When you look at the outset of this case, the offenders, and I say offenders because there's more than one, were very organized.
Why do you say there's more than one?
Just because of the ability to do that, the ability to move her.
Yeah.
She wasn't able to move.
Again, no information. Yeah, why do you say more than one? Oh, well, we just assumed because statistically it's usually a man. These people have nothing to say, but they have their fancy program.
Very far. So probably at least 2, if not more.
Okay.
And when you look on the back end of this with the demand or the ransom?
Probably at least 2, if not more. I mean, maybe there were 50 kidnappers to overpower her.
When 2, it just tells me that it's not very credible. And I'm concerned of the fact that is this actually real? But it doesn't matter how you feel about it. You still have to treat it as though it is real. But the ransom notes are psychologically a powerful tool. And I don't think that the offenders in this case really thought it through on the back end of this.
All right. Vincent Vargas, Jeffrey Halstead, Raymond Carr, really appreciate all 3 of you joining us with your expertise. Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation.
Luminol.
Hey guys, welcome back.
Is that how they do it?
We are live at Nancy Guthrie's right now. Investigators are inside. Take a listen.
I keep seeing flashes of light inside that house with the lights off. Maybe that's why they're doing it at night.
We're live with JLR on the scene, guys.
Something's going down in here. They're taking pictures.
Welcome back, guys. Right.
Large outside the scene. Some more media have arrived.
The media is coming back to the scene.
Something is going on. Let me go over here and see if I can see anything in these windows. I'm on a public street, folks, just like the other media people. There's a bunch of media people here.
We are live on the scene with JLR Investigates. Investigators have come back to the Guthrie house. They are inside. He sees them taking pictures inside right now. That is the latest and greatest. We're not sure. The investigators have gone back inside and they are taking pictures. Smash the like as you come in, please.
All right, so I'm just gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this right here because it does show the vehicles.
These are their vehicles right here, guys.
What they're doing. I think they're taking pictures with the lights off. Like some people are saying luminol.
We can just back them out of this case some more until we figure out what's that. That's just has to be that.
I wanted to bring you guys the latest and greatest. They're back at the house.
Dude, why are they in there taking pictures like this? Aren't they supposed to be victims? What's happening?
This is Annie's house.
What's happening here?
This is Annie's house, guys. They're back at Annie's.
No, I can't get any closer. I'm on the road.
I got to change my title. They're at Annie's.
Standing out here with me. This is the closest I can get.
I just changed it. They're back at Annie and Tommaso's. This is Annie and Tommaso's. They're inside taking pictures. This is the sister and brother-in-law's house. This is the sister and brother-in-law's house, guys. They just came back. A bunch of investigators went in, and we've been seeing flashes of light. Pictures being taken inside of Annie and Tommaso's house.
Something's going down in here.
We're listening to JLR Investigates. Annie and Tommaso's.
Celia Triolo says, are there rattlesnakes there? Well, I guess there would be. If it's rattlesnake season. Coyotes, all sorts of horrible desert stuff that would just totally get you, especially at night, right? But going back to the idea of no, we don't need to go back to that idea.
Again, we are listening to JLR Investigates. We are raising awareness for missing Nancy Guthrie.
Is that what we're doing? I think everyone that is watching this video heard the news.
We're keeping an eye on the investigation vehicles. They just arrived about 5 minutes ago. Maybe 5-10 minutes ago at the latest. Thank you, Canvas and Crime, for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Garage closed behind them, or
we've got other media out there. We're not sure if anybody was home when they went in.
It's not live, Jill, and there's not much going on. We've seen the trucks. Yeah, we get it, there's trucks there.
So again, we are 10-9. Only speculate. But man, there's something.
Something
This seemed like
good.
This was definitely crime. The flashes were coming from.
Annie and Tommaso bought this home last year, y'all. Last year. One came out wearing blue gloves.
Yeah, right. Just keep it here.
Ashley has been strangely quiet.
That's where the flash is
today.
going.
So is Megan Kelly. I don't know what they do.
Look at Arizona. I mean, I just don't know that I could take that same color everywhere. There's two colors. There's this sort of faded desert green and then the sort of faded desert brown. And that's it. Every day. Forever. Oh, and scorpions. Lots of scorpions. Yeah. Thank you, John. I didn't think that rattlesnakes had seasons. They're evil all year long. Last time I stayed with my friend in Arizona, there was a coyote just walking around her house in the middle of the day. Well, I'll add that to my list of reasons to never live there. And I had a rattlesnake in my bathtub. Coyote on my dining table, rattlesnake in the tub. And, I don't know, I guess they don't have crocodiles anymore. They probably used to. Good old Arizona crocodiles. Watchman risen, 3-hour warrant executed, including luminol and photos. Don't fight the dude arrested, called and texted Annie and Tommaso. Oh yeah, what was all that about? Luminol. Luminol at Annie's house. So luminol to show blood. Blood that has had a cleanup attempt. Could be routine, could be to clear them. Photos. You see, what I thought it was straight away is that possibly that Annie had noticed something suspicious about her own house. Like, oh my God, it looks like someone tried to break in there but couldn't do it. There's a crowbar mark on the window. And maybe if the killer cut their arm, he might have cleaned it up. So the luminol at Annie's house wouldn't necessarily indicate the suspicion of the police of her foul play, right? It could be to clear her, or it could be something not related to her. Like an attempted break-in where the killer got injured and then cleaned it up. So as that it wouldn't be seen later. Could be. See, no one thinks about that, do they? Nobody.
Do on the weekends, though. We do know that was Nancy's blood on her porch. It was tested and it came back to hers. However, as I showed you earlier, I'm going to pull this picture up again.
I think it's winding down out here.
It is.
But I don't know. Everyone's camped out here.
Oh, it's a hotel? The police are at a hotel, not a home. I thought this was Annie Guthrie's home. No?
Has a bandage here.
Something else could pop off. So I'm just gonna.
She also has a very bruised arm and walking with a cane on the set of the Today Show with her daughter Savannah. You can see her arm. She could bleed from.
Look, it's all bruised. I think it makes it look like the Apple Watch is just really tight on that big old wrist, you know? Look at that. Loosen the watch, lady. Even having even if it's not tight, having a watch on that wrist doesn't seem like a good idea. You need to let that wrist have all the space it needs, okay? And put an ice pack on it, for God's sake. Look at it. It's all bruised and horrible.
Picking a scab, like a tiny scab.
Take that big gold ring off too. I mean, just clear the area. Clear the area.
With her daughter Savannah. You can see her arm. She could bleed from picking a scab, like a tiny scab, and that woman would bleed. So I don't know. But we do know that
Okay, Watchman Risen says, don't forget they arrested fake ransom guy who rang Annie and Tommaso. He may have talked and led to Annie's house. They were taking luminol pics over 1.5 hours, garage, back of house, 3 bedrooms, etc. Well, that's a lot, and showing a kind of a route, right, in through the garage. What would that be about?
blood is hers on the porch. That was confirmed. Thank you guys for subbing up. Hit the subscribe, hit the like. I hate to keep saying it, but I forget, so I know that y'all probably forget too.
Brian Edmonds leaving.
Rowan, can you send a pizza? I think they're going to be packing up, but maybe for tomorrow. Let's see where they're at tomorrow, because people do start sending JLR DoorDashes once he's there for a while. Yeah, she had cardiac issues, so she's probably on blood thinners. I don't know that for certain, but that's exactly what happened with my dad. He would bleed very easily, thin skin and thin blood.
AP. Associated Press. It's the AP.
He's right there with the AP, guys. He's doing some great networking. You guys check out JLR Investigates. He's boots on the ground. He's got 34,000 people in his chat.
We just see
but I think things are ramping up.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey.
What's going on?
How much we've been following you.
What's your name?
Ron and Asia. Asia.
Asia.
Yeah.
Ron and Asia.
Yeah,
Hey, how
we
you
just
guys?
moved from Florida. We were watching you out there too.
That's how we found you guys looking around Florida.
Are they fans?
Foreman.
Foreman Beach.
Yeah, we've been watching you for a while.
They're fans.
Nice.
I just missed you earlier. I was like, oh man. So what they take out, I missed.
He's got
showing up. Some sort of poster board or some sort of
That's freaking awesome.
Table, white table or something. The other guy
That
had
is so
gloves,
awesome. He's got
pictures.
fans on scene, dude.
Paperwork or something.
He's doing all the things.
And he had gloves on.
Yeah, this is crazy.
He
Yeah,
had
we
gloves.
Oh,
live like 6 miles away.
Oh, you live 6 miles away?
Yeah.
These people are 6 miles
Oh.
away.
She heard that you were coming here.
Oh, nice. Nice.
She heard you were
I appreciate
It's
the
the
follow.
lady and her
Thank you.
husband.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know. This is a crazy case, though.
A lot of
It makes no sense.
a lot of coyotes around here.
Yes. Oh, yes.
We've been hearing coyotes.
They're everywhere. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they come at you.
They're not really scared of people either.
Yeah.
They'll just run right by you.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been hearing like
Yeah.
a bunch of coyotes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I love this. It's awesome.
You see, they're on about the coyotes as well. This theory, there's all those people that spend time on that fancy news program. They're saying, yeah, well, you know, that blood's going to come in handy if the dogs are able to get a scent, because they can track if they went on foot. If they walked through the middle of the desert, the 84-year-old lady and her assailants, if they did, then those dogs are going to be able to use the blood. That's just, those guys that are on those shows, he wants to sound like he knows what he's talking about. So he says, yeah, the blood. The blood, you see, what's going to happen with the blood is the dogs will actually be able to use that to get a sense. He says, in his mind, he thinks, yeah, that's a way for me to sound like I'm a subject matter expert, okay? But he didn't think far enough ahead because he immediately ran into a brick wall where it's like, she's 84 years old. They left at 2 a.m. and they're in the middle of the fucking desert. So of course they didn't go anywhere on foot. And he's in too deep to turn back. So he just keeps going and says, that blood. Now, the blood is invaluable because what they can actually do, what they're trained to do. I worked with police dogs for many years. What they're trained to do is to smell the blood. And then when they smell the blood, they get the scent. Yeah, that happens all the time. Does anybody notice that in mainstream media? Where it's just you think it's all an illusion. Nobody knows. They're not saying anything. Sean Hannity himself, he's not saying anything. He's bringing up Nancy Grace. What did Nancy Grace say? Well, it's the man, and it's you. No, what did she say? She said the man, and it is a man. She's putting that opinion, and she's well. How do you know that? How do you know that, Nancy? Well, statistically, it's usually a man. If that's your basis, then don't speak with such conviction when you say, and it is a man. As long as they sound like they know what they're talking about, people will believe it, won't they? What else can we watch? We need another video. So, what was somebody just talking about? Somebody said luminol. And who is this Tomasi? People keep talking about Tomasi. Who is that? Rollo Tomasi. Uh-oh. He's got a beard. That's immediately suspicious. Daily Mail images from February 4th show Annie in the passenger seat as her husband, Tomasi Keone, drove from their Tucson home. Tommaso Keone, otherwise known as the head of the cartel. She's been taken to Mexico. She's already in Mexico. Sheriff Chris Nanos said Annie did not raise any red flags, and the family took Nancy home from dinner around 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Didn't raise any red flags. That's very different from saying not under any suspicion, isn't it? What has she done? And Nancy has a mobility. I thought it was going to say mobility scooter. That she may be driving through the desert. Uh-oh.
Your children will not rest until we are together again.
They say after dinner at her daughter's house Saturday night, Nancy was brought.
Hey, Christina, have you got the full video of Savannah's plea to camera? Where is that? I can't find that. Savannah Guthrie. What do you call it? Press. What do you call it? Statement.
Want to get to some breaking news now. Today, host Savannah Guthrie has posted a video on social media. This is the first time we're hearing from her and her family. This just came in. We want to share it with you right now. Let's take a listen.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them. And we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light.
Hey, Nina Decker, how you doing? Olympics, my money's on Jamaica. It always is. The Jamaican bobsled team.
She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge.
So you've got no reason to kidnap her yourself, is what you're telling us, right? All this humanizing. People go on about the humanizing language. Yeah, well, also, there's no bad blood. I assure you all, public, there is no bad blood, public.
Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances.
Annie's lips aren't moving.
She chooses joy day after day, despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief. We are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom.
Yeah. We're just normal human people with $40 million. Okay? Normal people.
Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However,
nothing is off the table.
We live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love you.
It's weird. It's very weird. Okay, so the cops would have said to them, listen, can you think you can do an emotional appeal? Because if we can appeal, if there is a kidnapper and we've got a shot at appealing to their sense of decency and humanity, and if you can talk in humanizing language, then that might coax them into reaching out where we would be able to develop further leads and get them, right? It's all about baiting the trap. You know, you want some fucking money? We're ready to talk. We got $40 million in the bank. Yeah? Unmarked bills. No problem. Stapled money, we don't care. So that they can reach out and then, yeah, well, they're not going to reach out. I don't think it's motivated by money. Ransom. Why not just kidnap Savannah? That'd be easier to deal with. 84-year-old, they're going to have back problems and they probably need a cane, right? They probably need a cane. And if they die, which is with the stress, with the heart problems, with the lack of the medication, if they die, that's instantly felony murder, and you've got no leverage anymore. What would be keeping you from, why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Let's kidnap someone for ransom that has a high percentage chance of not living through the ordeal. It's a revenge, or it's the family. Also, this Rollo Tomasi character, he's got connections south of the border.
A powerful family's plea. That is the first time that we are hearing from Today host Savannah Guthrie and her sister and her brother. A plea to bring her mother home, specifically talking to whoever out there
Miss Myers, hello, how are you doing?
May have her or have information, and also a heartfelt message to their mother, who they adore and love, and say that she is the center of their family. You can tell just by their emotion that they are torn, but they are trying to do their best to send a message out to whoever needs to hear that. Again, this is someone who has been in the media, Savannah Guthrie, for decades. This is the first time that she has to now talk about her own mom 4 days after she went missing and is now reported kidnapped. And all this new information coming in, the family trying to sort it out and deal with detectives and the FBI and the news reports that are circulating, some that may be true, some that maybe not true, a ransom note that is circulated as well. But again, that was the first time that we heard from the family in that social media post, and we played it for you in its entirety, and we'll continue to do that throughout CBS News 24/7 as the search for Nancy Guthrie continues. So we'll continue to follow this breaking news story and bring it to you just as soon as we get new information.
Yeah, follow the story. Thank you for bringing it to us. Should we watch it again? It's just so weird. And that Annie, what is that thing with she talks without moving her mouth? Don't trust that. Can I just say that 100% of all coffees that we receive today will be going towards the ransom for Savannah Guthrie's mother? No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. But if you do want to support the channel, you can. There's links in the description to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix and the fabulous PayPal. Other links, great links, support links, merch links, social media links, and Discord links. What can we watch now? Wasn't there another sheriff? Hey, Christina, was there a Sheriff 1? Or is it just that one guy? I thought I saw something about another sheriff. Yeah, that plea. I don't know about that plea. I just didn't really like that plea. People have been loving the plea, saying that, oh, it was so humanizing. Yeah. Well, what was it that was weird about it? Because something was weird about it. I guess something's weird about the whole situation. And now they're doing luminol tests at Annie Guthrie's house or hotel or something.
And we begin tonight with team coverage on breaking news out of Tucson. The search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie is intensifying as her family continues to plead for answers.
It's now been almost a week since police believe that she was kidnapped, and still there are no suspects, at least as far as we know. As we begin our coverage tonight, let's first go to Chase Golightly, who's live outside of Annie Guthrie's home. She's one of the two daughters, and Chase, the family posted again on social media tonight, asking for their mother's safe return, and this time they're saying they are willing to pay.
Mark Creepy, that's right. That video released just a few
Well, they said they're willing to talk
hours ago, but this one felt a little bit different. When you actually hear what the Guthrie family has to say, there seems to be less hope that Nancy is alive. In their previous...
Did you see this guy's wedding ring? It was a bit big. It's like something that would be worn by King Arthur.
Years ago, but this one...
Hang on. Wait.
Felt a little bit different. When you actually hear what the Guthrie family has to say...
Look at that. It's actually made the knuckle of his ring finger inflate a little bit. Look at that. It's got a bubble, knuckle bubble.
There seems to be less hope that Nancy is alive. In their previous videos they released on social media, they would always demand proof that their mother was alive and also ask that she be returned safely. But the one they released today, all they ask is for their mom to be back.
It's the third video released by the Guthrie family since their mother, 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, was taken against her will a week ago. Savannah, her sister Annie, and brother Cameron holding on to each other.
Okay, I mean, I guess the thing that I don't like about it, and maybe it's just because Savannah Guthrie is such a public figure, even in this situation, it's probably thought about, how are we appearing? Are we appearing well? Because the kind of no makeup and regular clothes kind of thing, you take a look at her in the Amber Heard interview that we watched at the beginning of this stream, and she is like done up. And now, no makeup, normal clothes. And that's all well and good. I'm not saying anything wrong with that or that it's suspicious, but there's a sense that it's managed somewhat, and perhaps that's just because she's a public figure. But even in their arrangement here, the brother is leaning with the hand, and then the sister is there with the also holding hand, but also cry. And I'm not saying anything about it. I'm just saying that it's weird.
Each other as they talk directly to the person that kidnapped her.
We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Likely referencing a ransom note sent to multiple news outlets, including KOLD and...
Was there a price? Was there a price on the note? Does anyone know? I have not heard a price.
Tucson by someone claiming they had Guthrie, demanding.
Oh, listen to this. What did that guy say? The TMZ guy. He was like, "Oh, this is somebody who knows the area. No, this is someone who knows Tucson." Because you know why? Because they not only did they send it to TMZ, but they also sent it to a local Fox News network, Fox Tucson. So they definitely know the area. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? It's Fox Tucson. You look up local news media. It's top of the list.
And we will pay.
Likely referencing a ransom note sent to multiple news outlets, including KOLD in Tucson, by someone claiming they had Guthrie.
Yeah, they knew KOLD. Okay, well you could find that out and not live there.
Demanding money for her return. KOLD news director Jessica Bobula telling NBC News they received that ransom anonymously Monday evening, 2 days after Nancy was reportedly taken. She says part of it described items Nancy had on her.
Did it say her condition, how she was doing?
It did. It said we, but had her. But it's not, I'm not going to go into more details.
On Thursday, the Pima County Sheriff's Department said the ransom had a payment deadline set for Thursday at 5 p.m. and a second deadline for Monday. Sheriff Chris Nano saying they are taking this note seriously, but are still determining its authenticity.
Our mom is our heart and our home.
This is from the first video message from the Today Show co-host and her siblings, worried about Nancy's health, pleading for direct communication with the kidnapper.
Whoever is out there holding our mother, we need you to reach out and
the siblings there all together, and then it cuts to a picture of Savannah, and I don't know what the siblings do. But I don't think it's uncommon for there to be some kind of resentment in that kind of situation where one of the children is a superstar and the others are just like this guy.
need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward.
Asking for proof that their mother is still alive and that she will be returned safely. Then on Friday, KOLD received another anonymous message.
There is something inside the note that makes it seem that they want to try to prove that it is the same people as sent the first note.
But it did not give any indication Nancy is still alive. On Saturday, the Guthries addressed it.
We received your message, and we understand.
Not saying what it is they understand, only asking for Nancy to be back with them. Now, we did reach out to the FBI for comment on the Guthrie family's latest video, but they declined to provide a statement. We still haven't heard from the Pima County Sheriff's Department about this as well. As far as here at Annie Guthrie's home, we are seeing a little bit of activity. You have security right outside the driveway, right behind me, along with two what we believe to be undercover investigators that we've been seeing go inside the home. That's all that we've been seeing here, but we do know that this
undercover. Well, they're not undercover right now, are they? He means non-uniform. Yeah, there were two undercover agents here, mixed in with the police.
This is still very much an active and ongoing situation. We're live in Tucson. Chase Golightly, 12 News.
Chase, thanks. And he just mentioned something that we were ready to report. As the Guthrie's message grows more desperate, and you can hear it with each passing video message that they post, authorities say the
Look at this girl on the left. What are the top 5 things that you're bringing to the table?
investigation continues to be active.
Yeah, that's right. Gabriella Becerra is live outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. And Gabby, you've been out in Tucson all day. Where does the search stand tonight?
Well, Caribe, Mark, the search continues, and we're told that it started here at Nancy's house and that the
It continues. Same place, still going on. Yeah, well, we thought we'd give an update because everybody wants to know about nothing.
Medius would grow until they find her. Today we confirmed with nearby businesses that detectives have been visiting them, asking to see their surveillance video, something the sheriff's office says is standard practice in a case like this. Emotions are high 1 week after 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her Tucson home.
I'm just horrified for her and what might have happened to her.
The Catalina Foothills
Think about that. Think about all of the bowel movements that the kidnapper would have had to have dealt with for a whole week. Think of all the meals he would have had to put in a blender so that she could sip through a straw. Think of all of the complaints of a stomach ulcer. You know, and everything else. The corns on her feet would have been aching, and they would have had to take many breaks if they were trekking through the desert. There's no way. I'll put $50 on it right now. Buy me a coffee, and if we're wrong, we'll return it. Buy me 10 cups of coffee, and that's our bet. If we're wrong, if she's alive, we'll return every single one, and we'll double them. Yeah.
Community is left wondering where Nancy is and if she's still alive.
She was just very, very nice, very sweet woman.
Their worries come as Savannah Guthrie and her siblings Annie and Cameron addressed their mother's possible abductor once again, this time with an even more emotional plea.
We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace.
The Pima County...
You know... Okay, so obviously Savannah is going to be the voice of this thing. That makes sense. Unless she's a motivation for the target, then it might be angering the killers. The brother... Okay, so he just looks like he's playing a supporting role, right? But then the sister is the one that's forcing this. It's like, I need to go on camera and look distraught. And when people do that because they want to do that, it's pretty clear. Now, whether she wants to do that because she killed her mother or kidnapped her mother, that's a separate issue. There could be other reasons that she would want to go on camera and look distraught, right? Doesn't mean she's the killer. But I'd say that she's definitely doing, and some people are just like that. Some people are like that in a normal situation. They'll feel the pressure to be a certain way because they don't really know what to do and they want to fit in. So it could be that. It could just be simply that. But it could also be that she is the killer.
Or emotional plea.
We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace.
Head tilt, anguish.
With an even more emotional plea.
We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace.
The Pima County Sheriff's Department stands firm that no suspect, person of interest, or vehicle has been identified in connection to her suspected kidnapping.
Do you think those investigators are feeling any pressure of that ransom note?
You can't. You have to take everything in a very objective, calm way. You can't get sucked in emotionally.
Investigators returned to Nancy's home for a third time. Retired Phoenix Police Commander Jeffrey Hines admits it's not the best look to close and reopen a crime scene repeatedly, but says it's a good sign investigators are being thorough.
Of course, you should have left the crime scene tape up. Of course, everybody knows that. They didn't. They accept that. As soon as the FBI came and said, hey, we need to go back and reprocess the scene, the crime scene tape went up again. Okay, it could have been smoother. Okay, let's focus on, did they find anything additional that is going to help locate the bad guys here.
This time, investigators towed a blue SUV from the garage. NBC News confirmed it belongs to Nancy. The sheriff's office says they are reviewing evidence and at this time will not confirm or release details regarding what is being analyzed. We know they're also searching neighbors' properties.
3 FBI guys up my driveway behind my house.
Laura Gargano tells me she submitted several tips to law enforcement, knowing the smallest details could lead to Nancy.
Just can't understand how this happened.
And the FBI is offering a reward, $50,000, to anyone who helps bring Nancy home or helps lead to an arrest in this case. They're asking for you to call them directly at 1-800-CALL-FBI. Live in Tucson, Gabriela Becerra, 12 News.
Gabby, thanks. Meanwhile, the clock continues to tick. And
Gabriela Becerra. What a cool name that is, huh? Gabriela Becerra. Gabriela Becerra. I'll have a cappuccino. Black Eagle, how you doing? They're not feeling frantic because they already know. What, you mean they already know that she's dead, or they already know because they did it? Why so dark, Black Eagle? It's Black Eagle. She's the eagle of the night. Of course she's dark. They might know now that she's not alive. Maybe that's why the shorter videos are the harder to understand language. Danielle Savoy, hello. The last letter definitely told them she's not alive. Oh, okay. How do I see that? Where's that? Nancy Guthrie, latest letter. Nancy Guthrie's family given second deadline in alleged ransom note. There ain't no ransom. Nobody kidnaps an 84-year-old woman as a ransom with fucking health issues and tracks them through the desert at 2 a.m. Watch out for that rattlesnake, lady.
All right, we're going to turn now to our other top story. The intensifying search for Nancy Guthrie is now in day 6. It's hard to believe that it's day 6 and so much time has passed. It comes as the family of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie's mother releases a new plea for information. Savannah's brother, Cameron, says they haven't heard anything so far.
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
CBS News national reporter Andres Gutierrez joins us from Tucson, Arizona. Andres, thank you so much for joining us again. We know that there were 2 ransom deadlines in this letter. One of them came and went last night. There's another one on Monday. When are we expecting to hear anything else from authorities? And talk to us about the significance of what 2 deadlines could possibly mean.
Yeah, well, so far, Adriana, law enforcement have not set another news conference as of yet, but these missed deadlines do not change how they are working through this investigation. They are, if anything, it does help them verify where whether these notes that were sent to 2 television stations here
Okay, I think we need to do another poll on the creepy of the interviews, right? I see a lot of people. I'm glad. That's my opinion. And usually when I have an opinion, some people will come into the comments and say, "How could you say that? They're grieving. You're sick." Well, maybe they're sick. So what can we do about a poll? What was that poll? we had that great poll. Everyone thinks she's dead. 76% think she's already dead, but will be found just as a dead victim. So, new poll. Oh no. So what is the question? The question is are the interviews with family creepy? Yes, because they did it. Yes, because they know she's dead. Not creepy. Normal grieving behavior. Do you remember the brother of Teresa Halbach, where he started going on about the grieving process, like a day into her being missing, into Teresa Halbach being missing? The grieving process, however long it takes, hopefully we'll all be able to move on, hopefully with Teresa in our lives. It was just so weird. Not creepy, normal grieving behavior. No, we need one more option. Yes, but that's just them. Vote in this poll right now. Check out those options. Which is your option?
In town, as well as TMZ, are real or not. So yeah, there was a 5 o'clock deadline that was set yesterday. A second deadline is coming up on Monday, but so far there has been no proof of life, and the Guthrie family is still trying to establish a line of communication. This morning, drivers out here in Tucson and the region are...
You see this picture. Are you saying that it's out of the realms of the possibility that Savannah Guthrie's sister and brother don't look at that with some jealousy or feel like they're not as important, rivalry? It's quite a classic archetype when there's a sibling that is a star, public figure, popular, loved, that they're so elevated that there's a resentment that festers. They've got the money, they've got the status, they've got this, they've got that. And maybe that's not the case at all. Maybe they're all getting along great. I'm just saying, when a peculiar event like this happens, with an unknown perpetrator and no person of interest, statistically, to take Nancy's method, statistically, it's always the family, someone they know, blah, 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 all those things. 90% of murder victims are killed by someone they know. And, well, who? Who? Did they hate Savannah because she's so smiley, smiley, smiley?
Seeing pictures of Nancy, as well as the $50,000 reward that the FBI is offering for any information leading to her safe return or the arrest of the people or individual who did this to her. The FBI continues to send additional resources. They are currently posted up at a 24/7.
All right. Savannah has been on vacations that cost more than 50 grand for a week. that wouldn't even make sense. A ransom is proportionate to the wealth of I know that that's the reward and that's not the ransom, but you got to think that $50,000. I mean, at one point it was $2,500. Yeah, if you have any leads on this missing celebrity's mother, yeah, if it leads to an arrest, we'll give you $2,500. We'll give you your next month's rent covered. Okay. That was low. Even 50 grand is low. But I wonder what the ransom is. Has there been a number? We want $100 million for this lady that's probably going to die within, before the next Christmas, even if we hadn't kidnapped her. Yeah. Yeah, we want $10 million and, enjoy your mother until Thanksgiving, when she'll probably have died of pneumonia.
Command post at their Phoenix field office. Agents are right now combing through video cameras that have been collected in her area, as well as on the ground, interviewing neighbors, her family members, and friends, and anyone associated with the family. They've also been working through the forensic analysis.
So, Linus says JLR Investigates stated at the end of his live tonight that ICAC, Internet Crimes Against Children, were also there at the daughter's house. Internet Crimes Against Children. So that would be like To Catch a Predator. I'm what's his name? I'm Chris Hansen with CSNBC, and this is To Catch a Predator. What is the line that he always says? He always says the same thing, but I can't remember what it is. What is this Dateline NBC?
Analysis of the cell phone data, cell phones that were possibly in the area the night of.
Look at that house. I mean, have you ever seen a cleaner white roof in the world ever once? Roofs are notorious for getting dirty. Why? Because you never go up there. Thoughtless birds are shitting on them all the time. That's incredible. That is the cleanest roof I have ever seen. Am I wrong? Is that not impressive? And look at the pool, like around the pool. I mean, this place is tidy. And she's 84 years old. What does that mean? What does that tell us? Groundskeepers, pool maintenance people popping round, roof cleaners come in daily, lawnmower people, what do you call it? Yard work people. All those people. That place is manicured. The lawn is cut. The roof is cleaned. The pool is pure. That takes maintenance. What do maintenance people know? Locations of cameras. Ways in. Good getaway route. That's who it is, right? So they say that there's no person of interest, but you got to think that investigators have gone to this place and said, okay, we need a list of every single person that comes here as a duty, as a job. Pool guy, lawn guy, roof cleaner guy, bushes guy, and that's just the outside. Imagine the inside. We got maids, we got chefs, personal chefs. I don't know if it's all that grand, but I bet she's got a load of those gourmet frozen meals. that are like home cooked but frozen, so they're easier for the older people? Who has those meals? Some of them are really good. Some of them are really good.
Her disappearance, and so all of that, again, they have been extremely resourceful and helpful to local authorities here. Some of the evidence has been sent over to their center in Quantico to try and analyze it.
All right, so as you know, Andrea, Savannah Guthrie expressed some concerns about AI potentially complicating this investigation.
Landscapers. Thank you, Christina, again. Landscapers doing topiary, right? Topiary people coming by. Imagine if it was him. Edward Scissorhands kidnapped my mother.
Investigation, but hoaxes seem to have become a bigger problem. Explain that.
Yeah, so not only are they dealing with the obstacles of having to navigate AI at some point during this hostage negotiation, if we end up seeing it play out in real time, but they're right now dealing with old-fashioned hoaxes. Federal prosecutors have charged a 42-year-old Southern California man, Derek Colella, who apparently sent a fake ransom note to the Guthrie family in the midst of all of this. According to the federal complaint, Colella ended up using an app to come up with a fake phone number and then ended up texting the Guthrie family whether they had sent the Bitcoin that they had been looking for, saying, quote, "We are waiting on our end for the transaction." Agents traced that number to an email to an address linked.
Hey, thanks, Ronald, ST7ST. It's a clean roof and you probably have no idea why it's white. Well, I never really asked the question. I mean, why would it be white? To reflect the heat of the sun. Arizona's really hot. You know, if you've got the sun beating down on a flat roof all day, that's going to cause havoc with your insulation. I mean, your air conditioning is going to go way up the spend. That's why all the buildings in ancient Rome were white, because it sends the sun away. Or is there another reason? Now I want to know.
To Colella. He later admitted to sending those messages after he's been following all this news coverage. He's going to be in federal court in downtown Los Angeles this afternoon.
And you know, I don't wish to appear grand, but it's not exactly, it's a bit of a modest house, don't you think? You would have thought that for $40 million that Savannah Guthrie might have said, "Hey, Mum, why don't we get you out of this bunker thing, this desert bunker, and put you somewhere good."
To Colella. He later admitted to sending those messages after he's been following all this news coverage. He's going to be in federal court in downtown Los Angeles this afternoon. This is obviously a prime example of someone who's trying to take advantage of a very horrible situation. It ends up siphoning off the resources during all of this as they're trying to do this desperate search for Nancy.
All right, Andres, thank you so much. I know you're staying on it. Let's bring back in former FBI Assistant Director Stephen Jensen. Stephen, we're really working you today on these different stories, but we're so glad that you are with us to give us some kind of context to better understand the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. As you know, there was a Thursday 5 p.m. deadline on this ransom note. There was also a Monday deadline. What does it mean for a note to have two deadlines? When that's happened in the past, what might that indicate? And what does it indicate that Thursday is now gone?
So really good question. And first, I'd just like to address briefly the nature of these cases. The investigators who are working this tirelessly are living this.
Hey, yeah, Ronald. Okay, so it is just to reflect the heat. Well, that's a pretty easy one, Ronald. Thank you for confirming.
Minute by minute. Those minutes, and I've been there, feel like hours. Sometimes hours feel like days. And so first to the joint team of investigators.
Again, one of these subject matter experts. that come on and say, what great news have you got to inform us of this important emerging situation? Well, minutes felt like hours. Hours felt like days. Days felt like weeks. Weeks felt like months. And months felt like years. But where does it end? Years felt like decades. Decades felt like centuries. And centuries felt like millennia. What's bigger than a millennia? Or a millennium? An eon, right? Or is that's really big. Is it an era? I think it's an era.
Investigators, don't lose hope. Keep pursuing it, that she's alive, and you will find that lead that will lead to her safe recovery. Second, the family this is an agonizing case to work with, and they just want the return of their mom. The ransom note itself, I think, and the investigators are doing a good job of maintaining discipline over information. The fact that we know there's 2 demands on it is unique. We don't know the nature of the demands that were placed, and it could have limitations based on how they want money transferred, moving Bitcoin, or limitations on bank accounts, things like that. But what we do know is they're treating this ransom as though it's legitimate. And in order for it to be executed legitimately, you need some sort of proof of life or guarantee that the people who sent that note actually have the victim and are willing to make an exchange and can show proof of life. That's a key component here.
But Steve, just to follow up on that point, if they did transfer the money, we don't know how much money is being asked. Worst case scenario, they lose the money. Is the proof of life, critical just to not influence other people from being copycats and trying to ask for money?
So there's already been an example of a hoax ransom note that led to an arrest that required or requested Bitcoin be transferred. And investigators were able to prove very quickly that was a attempt to fraudulent obtain money from the victim's family. Knowing that there is somebody behind that ransom note who has access and information, details that could lead to the safe recovery. It's also an investigative step to try and identify who the perpetrators are. It's the family's decision how they follow up on ransom requests. The investigators are going to try and identify the subjects and safely return the victim.
So Steve, I mean, it's been 6 days now. Just in your experience, what are we looking at? I mean, if they sent a ransom note and the family was trying to engage with whoever might have sent that ransom, why would there be no communication? Why would Cameron Guthrie, Savannah's brother, come out with a...
Okay, so people thinking that this is a massive house. All right. I mean, it just looks like the one in Breaking Bad, which was owned by a chemistry teacher at school. It looks a bit bigger. You got to think. It's not twice the size of the one in Breaking Bad, no way. And they had a pool too.
So Steve, I mean, it's been 6 days now. Just in your experience, what are we looking at? I mean, if they sent a ransom note and the family was trying to engage with whoever might have sent that ransom, why would there be no communication? Why would Cameron Guthrie, Savannah's brother, come out with another video and saying, hey, reach out to us, we wanted to talk?
Yeah, it's another good question. And we don't know that there's not been any communication. We do know that there's very public pleas from the family personalizing the relationship and the human nature of their mother, right? They're using very specific humanizing language about their mom. And that changes the nature of people's perception, the subject's perception of the victim in particular, that this is an actual person and they have human connections. That's very intentional by the family. And even if there was communication with the suspects, I would expect communications like this to continue. humanizing their mom, pleading for her safe return. That is just good forward-facing communication from the family to keep their mom alive as long as possible.
Has that proven effective, Stephen? I mean, having that kind of language that humanizes someone who's been kidnapped, that actually works? Because I would think a criminal who's going to do this to begin with is pretty cold and knows how beloved this woman is. And then secondly, what do investigators, what does law enforcement, how do they counsel the family in terms of what information they should put in these videos and what information they should not put in these videos?
Yeah, two great questions. It is an ongoing, it's an ongoing conference and advisory from our behavioral analysis unit at headquarters. I believe they're on scene, and our crisis negotiator team from Quantico, Virginia, I believe they're on scene as well. Partnered with the locals, they're going to give advice and counsel to the victim's family. They can advise, but the family can really do what they want to in this matter. Keeping information pure so it doesn't over-disclose information that is only known by somebody who is at the crime scene is critical. Not publicly disclosing information that is so unique to the crime, unique to the mom, but only the mom would know, or only those who have the mom would know, is key to confirming the validity of who has the mom. Those are the things that I think the advisors would be given counsel to the family. The family.
So people keep on going about Rollo Tomasi, and so he's killed the mother. Is that it? My God, it's wasting dollars dragging this out. Yeah, tell me about it. Finding her husband yet still. Yes, Tomasi. And then Ronald says, some of the other so-called reporters said that the husband is at a motel in town. Well, they better search there. Why do you think they removed the gear from her house? What gear? What gear is that? Gear could mean anything. I suppose it could be a hotel like a Holiday Inn. Yeah. JLR said both Annie and Tomasi are at a hotel due to tonight's search. 3-bed, 2-bath. Yeah. Well, we may
needs to
never know
listen to the advice they're getting. And as the days go on, desperation is going to increase. That's why I started with that message of don't lose hope. The family needs to maintain hope, and the more videos they put out.
Right. You see, this is what I'm getting. This is what I'm getting, Black Eagle. The sister was jealous of her, of Savannah being this, revered goddess of TV, known to the nation, multi-millions, and had enough. Had enough of being the second rat. So she thought she was going to be top rat, and thought, well, we'll kidnap. I think there's a movie. This is a movie plot, isn't it? What is that movie? They kidnap the mother, and then get the sister to pay them the ransom so that they can even the score. And finally buy that Tesla. Yeah, we wanted a Tesla. With the price of gas now, but it's like 60 grand. So we thought we'd kidnap the old lady, and no harm done. We'll blame the lawnmower guy.
That personalize and humanize the mom. They will feel that strong connection to their mom. They will have hope that she's alive. It will also generate attention from the public. And that's why the FBI offered an award or a reward for the safe recovery of the victim or the arrest of subjects involved in this. It notifies the public that, yes, this is the 6th day. Leads could be growing cold, but their efforts are not. And we need new leads to come forward to the investigative team to try to safely recover the victim.
All right, some really interesting and fascinating details about the investigation there from Steve Jensen, former.
So the sister and her husband tried to kidnap Nancy, and she died immediately because she's so old and ill. And now they're thinking, fuck, well, maybe we can still get the money, so we can get the Tesla. We'll keep sending. I tell you, let's send a ransom note, and then hope that other people send fakes to TMZ to send the investigation in all directions. They're just hoping to get that money now.
FBI Deputy Director. Yeah, Steve, thank you very much as always. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
And we'll go straight to a Fox News alert. New information emerging in the case of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance as the desperate search now enters day 6.
Law enforcement is racing against the clock, with the FBI confirming the first deadline from an alleged ransom note has expired and the next deadline set for Monday.
So Arizona investigators say they believe the 84-year-old is still out there as the Guthrie family now shares a second video addressing any possible captor. Here's that message from Nancy's son, Cameron, asking for proof of his mother still being alive. Watch.
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
And we're still waiting. We have Fox team coverage right now on the ground in Tucson. Fox News contributor, retired NYPD Inspector Paul Morrow is live in the front of the Pima County Sheriff's Office. But we begin with Alicia Cunha, who's right outside the home where Nancy was taken. Alicia.
Good morning, Brian. Some of the most significant information authorities gave to reporters yesterday was that timeline, which began on Saturday at 5:32 p.m. when Nancy Guthrie took an Uber to her family's home for dinner. At 9:48 p.m., a family member drops her back at home, evidenced by the garage door opening at 9:48 and then closing 2 minutes later. Then at 1:47 Sunday morning, her doorbell camera disconnects. At 2:12, the sheriff says software detects a person on its camera. 16 minutes later, Nancy's pacemaker app disconnects from the phone. At 11:56 that morning, the family checks in on her after she didn't show up for church. 12:03, they call 911. At 12:15, the first patrol arrives. Investigators say they have talked to that Uber driver from Saturday, and that camera that detected a person didn't have a paid subscription, so the images weren't saved. The FBI also says they are taking the ransom note that was sent to TMZ and local TV stations in Tucson seriously. The FBI confirmed there were 2 deadlines in the ransom note. The first one passed at 5 p.m. yesterday. That came with specific demands. If not met, a second deadline kicks in for this Monday. Agents are back out going door to door in both Nancy's neighborhood and that of her daughter Annie. The sheriff gave this assessment.
So how many deadlines do they need? We're giving you a deadline until Wednesday. And if our demands are not met, the deadline becomes Monday. And if you don't do what we say, we're going to push that back until next Thursday. But that'll be the deadline.
Of where he believes things stand.
Right now, we believe Nancy is still out there.
Out there in pieces.
We want her home. Our department, the Sheriff's Department, along with all of our partners at the FBI, have been working around the clock. And we just want her home and find a way to get to the bottom of all of this.
The FBI has brought in a critical response team from Quantico. They have a team also processing social media evidence and phone and digital footprints. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much. Let's bring in Fox News contributor, retired NYPD Inspector Paul Morrow, who is live in the Sheriff's Department over in Tucson. Paul, your reaction from what we've known, what we find out overnight, what do you expect him to focus on today?
Well, you know, one of the things that the sheriff said at that press conference yesterday is that they're not going to give any more press conferences unless they have something concrete. He characterized where they are in the current stage of the investigation as the analysis phase. That is to say, they're waiting for data to come back, and they're waiting for the analysis.
Well, that would certainly fall into it, Yellow Bear 521, who says, I feel Annie is more jealous of her sister's relationship with her mother. Yeah, but that's kind of under the umbrella of the perception that Savannah is a revered goddess, golden child, straight from heaven, fell off a cloud. Yeah, just major sibling rivalry, jealousy, resentment. My mother loves you more because you're better than me, and you can help my mother, and I feel inadequate because I can't even help her with her dialysis bills. You know, with her urine treatments. I can't afford any of that, and you're paying for everything like it's nothing because you're a fucking saint. Right, Savannah? You know, we're gonna kidnap Mom. And you won't be laughing when we're driving in that Tesla.
Analysis of the data that they have. That tells me that they're looking very hard at a lot of digital stuff. They probably, if I had to guess, have gotten into.
The investigators are looking at very hard at a lot of digital stuff. Breaking news, everybody.
Her phone by now. They probably have dumped some other stuff. Maybe her Wi-Fi server. She has a computer in her house. They're looking for anomalies. And let's remember something else, Brian. According to the timeline that we got yesterday, something that jumped out at me, there's a 41-minute gap from where you can probably say, the intruder is in the house and then she leaves because that's when her pacemaker disconnects from that app. 41 minutes is a long time for an abduction. What was going on? Was this actually a burglary gone bad? Was somebody looking through the house and she woke up? It strikes me that 41 minutes, a potential digital footprint, that kind of thing, I think, is what they're pulling out now, and we may not know for a few days at least.
Yep, Paul, it looks like the son-in-law was the last one to see her, and he dropped her off. According to reports, they played games. Her daughter, who's also married to the guy who dropped her off, they played games, they had dinner. He took his mother-in-law back home, dropped her off, watched her go in the house. Have they tracked his car? Have they been able to, because I know in some cases, if it's a updated car, they can find the car through GPS. Have they tracked that? And also, where's her car? Did her car ever leave? And what do you know about this white van that was found? The neighbor saw a white van parked outside on the street that was unmarked.
So far, we haven't heard any further about the white van. Relative to her car, my understanding is that it hadn't left. As we've heard, she had an Uber driver who had been driving her around, at least during the day of, and you have to suspect that that was a fairly regular thing. That's another digital thing that they're almost certainly going to be checking out. They can go to Uber, but they can also go to the credit card company. They should do financials. They should see if she's had any unusual pattern of payment to somebody. She was having some work done on the house, something like that. Relative to the brother-in-law's car, because he was the last person, yeah, most cars these days do have some version of a GPS. Remember the Alex Murdaugh case? One of the things that sunk Alex Murdaugh was that they were able to track the movement of the car where he said it had not been doing.
It's Alec, dude. Alec.
Things he said he had not done. And so that was one of the pieces of evidence against him. I'm very sure that they will be going hard at that unless it's an older car or unless you're dealing with somebody who's very, very cyber savvy. But we don't know that the brother's a suspect, brother-in-law, I should say, is a suspect in any way, shape, or form. Here, the sheriff made it very, very clear they're not ruling anyone in or they're ruling anybody out. And that's one of the issues here. They have to cast a very wide net. The problem I saw yesterday, that was very subtle, was that at one point, very casually, the sheriff said, we're going to be putting up billboards around the county to try to get more tips and to sensitize people to the situation. You don't put up billboards if you feel that you're close.
That's so true. Paul, we got some breaking information last night with Harvey Levin on Sean's program. And he talked about the letter sent in. It was through email and the sophistication. I want to play that sound and then get your reaction.
My IT team has been hard at work on this. I know the feds have. I don't think they're going to be able to figure out where this email originated from. I know the Bitcoin address is real. So what I will say is this, that this is not a letter that was thrown together in a couple of minutes. It is a very specific, well-organized, layered letter that really lays things out. This is not a...
Has anybody seen the letter? Because I'd love to read it.
AI, if an English teacher were to look at the structure and the grammar and everything else, I think they would have no notes. So this is somebody, it's not a crazy person who's writing this. I mean, they may be crazy, but they have the capacity to make demands, say what they want, say what they don't want, and it's very, very structured.
So, Paul, in the letter, there's 2 deadlines.
Well, I guess that rules out Donna Adelson for her terrible, terrible pattern of writing.
It's there, and they want payment, and apparently the link to Bitcoin is legitimate. So why wouldn't the family pay it?
Well, I think right now the real conundrum about that letter is that it provided no means of contact with the perpetrators. I've done a lot of ransomware cases, and there are always at least 2 pieces of software that are involved here. That the malevolent software that penetrates the system and seizes it, but then there's a follow-on piece of software that's used for clandestine communications, lack of a better term, safe communication, better way to put it. The perps know how to communicate so that it's completely untraceable. And that's a whole separate piece of computerware, for lack of a better term. And in this case, it's not there. You also seem to have an English speaker. Now, look, AI is awfully good. Yeah. AI can write. It sounds just like an English writer. So I don't know, how much weight we can put in that. But that said, assuming it is an English writer, the fact that it's well structured and everything else, to me, the fact that there's no way to get a hold of them, because of course you're not going to pay until they give you the protocols for how to hand her back. Because you don't know who you're dealing with, and you only may have one shot at this. If you paid a whole ransom, and then the real people come forward, and you're out of money, you got a real problem. So I got to say, also the real dispositive thing here is what is in the letter, because there's been a lot of disparate reporting. What is in the letter that can serve as a proof of the fact that they were in that house? There's stuff about the floodlight, the watch. Remember, there's images of her wearing the watch online, and that's one of the things I would be doing, LJ. By the way. Those images of her online, I've seen at least one of her with Savannah. I would get my tech guys and hammer that website. Who's been hitting that website? Can you identify any out-of-country IPs that have been hitting that website? Somebody hitting it continuously recently? Stuff like that to try to contextualize this letter to see if it's legit. Because without something that really tells you she was in that house, there's no way you can pay this ransom because there's no way to confirm you're going to get her back.
So what do you think about Harvey Levin saying he believes that person's still in the area, or certainly from the area? And one indication was because they contacted a local affiliate in Tucson that, if you're an international person, you wouldn't think local.
Yeah, you know what conundrum there, Brian, and we were talking to Jesse about this last night. What is the gamesmanship relative to who they contacted? Because you have that metric that you're talking about, but then you have TMZ. And the outlier here is obviously Savannah's network itself. Wouldn't that be who you contacted here? Instead, they went to TMZ. That argues somebody who maybe is not that familiar, at least with the national landscape. So, there are elements of unsophistication in this thing that make you say, even if it's somebody who is smart, doesn't really seem to have their act together, because let's say if the letter is real, why no protocols, as I just outlined? But if the letter is not real, then where is whoever has her in order to get paid if this is, in fact, an abduction for ransom? So there's a lot of sort of counterfactuals blowing through this that argue whoever did it is not very organized. And let's remember something else, just in closing. I would argue that you almost certainly have more than one person. Is it possible it's one? Absolutely. But history shows, not only for the abduction, but for keeping the person secreted, because that is what you have to trade. I'm sorry to be so blunt. Sure. And so while somebody has to go out, do the communications, make sure that they're getting food, water, seeing what's being said, etc., communicating in a way that can't be observed from the location where you're essentially hiding out, somebody else has to stay there and keep an eye on her. So almost always in these things, you have 2-3 people involved. And that's one of the reasons why I'm surprised the reward is not higher, because you want to incentivize somebody who's around this thing to say, well, normally I would never give it up, but for $500,000, I'll give them all up. And, you know, the nephew comes forward or something. A low reward here, in my estimation, and it was only bumped yesterday. I'm a bit surprised by that.
Paul, really quickly, why haven't we heard the 911 call? And who was it that went over to the house after she didn't show up for church to check on her?
I don't know. I haven't heard the live 911 call myself. And so I can't really say. I assume.
Wow, there's been quite an increase in our poll. The worm has turned. Most people are now saying, 31% of people are now saying, is the family creepy? Yes, because they know she's dead. Oh, but 29% are saying no, not creepy, normal grieving behavior. Well, is it?
It was the sister, because obviously Savannah lives out of state, as does the brother. So the relationship, from what I understand, was closest to the sister, Annie, that lives here, and her brother-in-law, where we know that they had been together the night before having dinner. So my assumption is that she would have gotten the call. And here's another thing. Was the sister dialed into the watch? Because your watch can be, you know, like my watch is kind of like a Fitbit. And so my wife knows if I did my exercise. So I'm wondering, like, did the sister get an alert? Did it alert on her watch? Did she have a watch? I'm curious about that. And that's another sort of digital metric that they'll be looking at.
Life 360. We're all on Life 360, so I can see where everyone in the family is.
So you have a choice to share, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Paul, you've been so great on this. Stay safe on the ground.
Thank you, guys.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News Patriot today. Click join to find out.
Become a Metrix Patriot today. Click join. Join the world. Yeah. Trying to find the actual letter. That's what I want to see. Because what was all that stuff about it was an ICE agent? because I don't know, somebody was saying that Savannah had made posts that were anti-ICE, and that the ICE agent came and kidnapped her mother. I think it's the sister. I think the sister was fucking jealous of all of the recognition and the fame and the money and the good, wholesome presentation that is that of Savannah Guthrie, and wanted to buy a Tesla. The sister wanted to buy a Tesla and thought, well, fuck her. I'm sick of this looking after this old bat anyway. So we'll kidnap Mom, and Savannah will pay the ransom, and then we'll get the Tesla.
Doubt how.
I don't think Ronald will get the syntax joke, Celia. What's the matter with Ronald? Is he okay? Is everything all right, Ronald? Is something bothering Ronald? Should we look at Bruce Rivers, his coverage of the case. I like Bruce. He's funny. I wish I were funny like Bruce. But, you know, he's got a team. He's got a whole team. Look at that. Let's have one more look at the sister and Rollo Tomasi. Can you feel the disdain in the eyes? Ooh. For years, she's had to operate under the wing of her golden sister. And look at Rollo over there. It's time to take action. We've spent too long living under the lash of Savannah Guthrie. We're gonna kidnap Mom. Oh, it's Fargo, isn't it? It's just Fargo. Ah, that's going to be our next video. Let's do a take on the similarities of Fargo with this Nancy Guthrie disappearance. That's just on loop. What does Paul Morrow have to say?
And here now is Paul Morrow, retired NYPD inspector, Fox News contributor. Paul, I want to play the video released by the Guthrie family again for those who may have missed it. Let's watch.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Well, I think it was the sister, but the question now becomes, does Savannah suspect the sister? Because if I can see the guilt, then imagine what someone that really knows Annie could see.
What is your reaction to that latest video?
Yeah, you know, look, I'm just seeing it like everybody else. I just read it. So let's look at it very closely, the way Ted Williams did. I think where it gets most troubling is when you go near the end. So let me just tease it out similar to the way Ted just did. We received your message and we understand. That feels to me like there's something new. And one of the things we've all been talking about is, have they established a protocol to speak to each other? This sounds like they got something that is different from the note, the second note, that none of us were really sure was the same people originating in the same place as the first note that the authorities were taking seriously. Now, one of the points I've been making is that if the second note were from the same people, I think they would have included, once again, the crypto wallet. It's not definite, but that would have very much been a proof that it was the same people, because that's a long, unguessable number. And first of all, it goes to the fact that they want to be paid. So I would think it would have been in the second note, not definitive, but perhaps. This feels to me like it's something new. And therefore, I have to think that they did establish some way to talk to each other, one way or the other. That could be good news for the investigation because you have something else to work on. Let's go on real quick. We beg you to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. Celebrate what? That feels to me like a euphemism, right? Celebrate her life, something like that. Also, return our mother to us. Let's look at...
Don't worry about the syntax thing, Ronald. There's nothing to look up. It was just it was the username of somebody that came into the comments the other day, and people were trying to figure out who it was, if it was someone else. But it doesn't mean anything. Don't worry about it.
Not so much what's being said as what's not being said. If this note had said something like, okay,
I still can't get over that clean roof. I mean, somebody said freshly painted. Do you have to paint the roof like every year? I mean, that seems like a lot of work. Just jet wash it. Or here's a good idea, maybe don't have a flat roof.
okay, we're glad we've had a meeting of the minds. Let's set up the exchange. Would it not have very, very different verbiage? Would it not have said something like, thank you?
Set up the exchange. There's no exchange. It's on Bitcoin. Well, I guess it could be timing of the exchange. It's just when he said it, I imagined somebody like going down there with a briefcase full of money.
Thank you for getting in touch with us.
It's not 1950.
We're ready to move forward, waiting further instructions, things like that. In fact, I would argue there would be nothing public, right? Further, if there were a good protocol to talk to each other, she wouldn't be making a video.
Yeah.
So she's sending this out for them to hear this, right? And let me just close the loop. This is the only way we can have peace. To me, that is the most troubling line. Peace, not we can't wait to see her, this is great kind of thing. Peace, when do you talk about peace? You talk about peace when you're talking about closure, right? And then finally, this is very valuable to us. Well, of course your mother is valuable to you if she's alive. That, by negative inference, to say she's valuable, to have to say something is valuable, that tells me that it's something you might not normally think has value, and that goes to the idea.
I know what he's saying. And I picked up on that too, but this is very valuable to us. Why would you need to drill that home if you're talking about something that would be supposed to be valuable, like the return of your mother, your living mother? Now, what this guy is saying is that they might be saying that because they're aware that the mother is dead, and they don't want the killer to think, well, there's no point in returning the body because they're dead, so that won't have value. So they're reinforcing the fact that they want the body to be returned even if she is dead. But I took it differently a moment ago, because I thought they were just underlining the fact that they are willing to spend Benjamins on this, you know, to put fat stacks, to dip into their pocket. They're willing to pay. They said it in the previous version, in the earlier video, it was, we are ready to talk, which I took to mean, tell us your number, okay? How much? And now they're saying, this is very valuable to us financially. We will pay money. So I think he might be reading into it, because what would be the harm in just saying it straight up? If she's dead, we still want the body returned, and we'll pay for that too. Why would they play games? This is valuable. The secret message of value means that it's the thing that might not be obvious to be valuable. Because living mothers are valuable, everybody knows. But not everybody knows that dead mothers are valuable. So we want to... Why would you play that game? Why wouldn't you just say, listen, if she's dead, we want the body. If she's not dead, great. Where's your fucking Bitcoin account? And we'll make a transfer. Done. Next.
We want her... I'm just going to be frank here, man.
Yeah.
You're asking me, I'm telling you. Her body.
Yeah. No,
Right?
and I think a part of that was the next line. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I was going to say, the fact that they're saying, and we'll pay.
Exactly.
Well, we'll pay has been there all along.
Exactly.
And the fact that they'll say, so what are you doing now? You're saying, we're going to pay for something that maybe had less value than it had yesterday.
Yeah.
So just as an investigator, I'm telling you, piecing this thing apart, I hope I'm wrong. You know, I think that's clear. But I don't think it's a positive sign.
Paul, I just got one question for you. You alluded to this, that they're communicating back to whoever has her mother with an Instagram post as opposed to through some sort of channel that's established. I would imagine they're speaking with law enforcement and coordinating this with them. Would you say the same thing, basically, that law enforcement supports them putting this video out there this way?
100%. We all know that when they did the first initial response, that we saw law enforcement going in with a ring light. And in fact, you know, when I got that report, I was asked, what do you think? And my first blush was, okay, they're going in with a camera and lighting. Maybe they're going to film a search warrant here so that if they get some incriminating evidence or something, they can demonstrate how they got it. You do things like that. You film locations. But when I heard a ring light, well, we all know what a ring light is, right? That's what people use to make selfies, and, you know, they put the videos on TikTok and all of that. So when I heard that, I began to think, all right, social media, and that was, in fact, the FBI going there, and they did confirm that they were there when that first video was made. I don't know about the second one that Cameron made after the first deadline passed, but certainly the first one, they were there. And at the press conference, they pretty much confirmed that. So let me go yes on that, Joey.
And Paul, I guess we'll also remember here that the next deadline that was previously established was to come on Monday at some point. I don't believe that there was a time period. But of course, today is Saturday, 1 week set that Nancy Guthrie has been missing. You know, so 2 days out from that next deadline, does that help you understand? You know, you walked through the possible interpretations of this last message. Does that add, you know, any, to me, I feel like maybe that's some more optimism. It's before the last deadline that they're still communicating and offering, you know, trying to set up some type of indication that they're willing to pay.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope so, certainly. And I could be wrong. It's just so cryptically worded. And you're not going to, if it looked like, okay, we got a message, we've had a proof of life, you're not going to be cryptic. You know, it's going to be real direct. You know, the only thing that she really says that is really sort of straightforward is we will pay. But that's been there all along, I would argue. So, you know, I hope I'm not taking the wrong messages away from that, because we all hope that she's alive. But this feels to me like they got some new piece of information where almost as if they said something like, an accident occurred. This didn't go the way we expected. Yeah. You know, we know she had a heart condition, right? Something like that. And like you say, we're before the deadline. So would they not be saying things like, you know, before the deadline occurs? And I've heard disparate reporting on the deadline. My understanding is that the best sourcing from the authorities was that it was going to be 5 o'clock again on Monday, Arizona time. And that might be an inference, the Arizona time piece. But yeah, because we're before the deadline, it would have felt to me more like a negotiation than it does.
Wow. All right, Paul, thank you so much. Please stick around. We always appreciate it.
We will be setting a deadline. 10 of them, all in a row, at different dates, one after the other. I mean, usually when there's that kind of deadline, you say something like, listen, if you don't give me the money, I'm going to start cutting off fingers and toes and sending them to you. Firstly, I'm going to cut his toes off. Then, I'm going to go for his thumbs. Yeah. Then we're going to go to the nose and the ears and the lips, and pretty soon there's not going to be much left. That's what a staggered deadline arrangement should look like. You don't just extend without consequences. You gotta cut off some fingers. Or just break them off. I mean, she was 84. I mean, how hard could that be? Probably just break right off, right? Well, that's at 4 hours. Should we stop? We should probably stop. The guy is dead on. Especially so adore their mom. They so adore their mom. Some people don't, Danielle said. I know, so true. Well, do they adore their mom? I mean, it looks like it was the other sister. Well, I guess we need to do a poll on that before we go. Isn't that the general sentiment that's developing, that it was Rollo Tomasi and jealous Anne? That's what I've taken from this. Crazy Rollo and crazy Anne. You know, they've been driving the same beaten up 10-year-old Subaru for years. They want the Tesla. They couldn't get the Tesla. And they wanted to break Savannah as well, didn't they? Break the back of Savannah. By killing the person that gave her the most credit and recognition. The person who could pay all the medical bills for those dialysis machines and special pedicurists for those bunions. You think for Christmas, Anne probably got her mother something that she made at a pathetic pottery class, which is her only remaining pleasure in life. And she thought that it would have sentimental meaning, but it didn't. And what did Savannah get her mother? The best pedicurist in the world to come to the house on Christmas Day and sort out those bunions. While Anne's little fucking ashtray, little clay ashtray that she home kilned, sits forgotten on the counter. And they all have to listen to the exclamations of pleasure and relief coming from the Nancy having her feet rubbed by the pedicurist and saying, "Oh!" And with every sound, it just would have been grating. That's when the decision was made. That's when the plan was hatched, right? Let's see what people think in the poll. Was this done by Anne? Is it Annie? Annie and her husband Rollo. Yes, no. I'm just going to put yes and no. Straight poll, black and white. Pick a lane. There. Vote in the poll before we go. Maybe we'll have to play one more video while we collect the votes. What can we play? Something short. 12 disturbing clues in Savannah Guthrie's missing mom case. That's 30 minutes long. That's a lot of minutes. The truth about Savannah Guthrie's life. Maybe we should watch that. That's only 9 minutes.
The world was shaken by the shocking news that Savannah Guthrie's mom had gone missing in suspicious circumstances. Sadly, this is only the latest tragic chapter in the TV host's life. When Guthrie was only 13 years old, her father suffered his first heart attack. This was the first time her family realized that her father's heart was not healthy. 3 years later, he had another heart attack, which turned out to be fatal. Unsurprisingly, his untimely death greatly shaped her life. During an episode of the podcast Now What with Brooke Shields, she explained that she thinks of that defining moment that split her life into 2 distinct pieces.
There's like a before and after. It's just like this stark dividing line, you know? It's like there's before my dad died and there's after.
Guthrie has been very open about how she's grieved her father's death since it happened. She believes that she will her entire life. Not every part of her father's death has been negative for Guthrie, though. As the TV host has shared, she's not sure if she would have chosen her career path had she not lost her father, and she's certainly gained more empathy for others because of the loss. She said,
"Some things, it changed for the better in the sense of I know that my heart is more tender because of it."
Beyond the death of her father, Guthrie has been open about many of the other struggles she's faced throughout her life. However, there's one area she's kept a bit more private: her first marriage. In the late 2000s, Guthrie was married to BBC producer Mark Orchard. She filed for divorce in 2009 and reportedly cited that she and Orchard had been living separately since 2008. The pair had only been married for 4 years when she filed for divorce, and there seems to be a reason why Guthrie hasn't discussed it much publicly. When writing about her divorce in her 2024 book of essays, Mostly What God Does, Reflections on Seeking and Finding His Love Everywhere, Guthrie said, "I can't write about other things I do remember, but I don't want to talk about. There is no scandal here, just disappointment. It all worked out in the end, though." Guthrie has been married to Michael Feldman since 2014, and while she hasn't been open about the specifics of her divorce, she has been open about how that chapter in her life shaped her relationship with God. Guthrie is public about her Christian faith, and while she's had moments of doubt, her divorce and other life tragedies have only strengthened her belief in the end. She said in an interview for Today, "All of what I have come to realize is that all of that is my faith story. Belief."
Pretty close on the poll here. 58 to 42 say yes. Do vote in the poll, and let's get as well-rounded an opinion as we possibly can. I'd love to get something a bit more definitive than that. That's close. That's too close.
And doubt, joy, and also disappointment and sorrow. It's all part of my faith journey. It's all enhanced what I believe and have come to understand about God. Guthrie's journey to motherhood took some time. She'd always wanted to have children, but after going through a divorce in her 30s and taking a while to get remarried, Guthrie began to wonder if motherhood was in the cards for her. She said in an interview with Good Housekeeping, "I stopped even letting myself hope or believe I could get pregnant because the years were getting on. It wasn't that I thought it was impossible, I just thought it wasn't likely. I didn't want to get my hopes up. I just tried to tell myself that it would be okay if it didn't happen." After wondering if pregnancy would happen for her, Guthrie realized a dream she'd had for years. She became a mother. She gave birth to her first child, a daughter, in 2014. However, tragedy struck after. When Guthrie became pregnant a second time, she miscarried. Though she wanted another child so that her daughter could have a sibling, she feared again that welcoming a child into the world wasn't going to happen. She confessed to health, "Going through what we did, it makes you realize that everything has to go just right to have a healthy baby. I really feel for so many women who are struggling and wishing and wondering, when's it going to be my turn? I know, and I understand." After suffering a miscarriage, Guthrie and her husband discussed whether they wanted to try to have another child.
All right, whatever. yeah, whatever. After having a miscarriage, blah, 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 blah. I thought it was going to be about the jealous sister and the rage of Rollo. The Rollo rage. Yeah. Is there another really short one? Because we gotta go. Quiet. Notes in and through. Oh, what is this? Crazy notes. Vote in the poll. Vote in all of the poll. It's up.
Very specific
64%.
words chosen here, not only saying, of course, we will pay, but begging, quote, to return our mother to us so we can celebrate with her, adding, it is the only way we will have peace. What are you watching? What are you making of this new video tonight?
Well, first of all, this is very directed. The exact words that are chosen and the words that are said are definitely directed by our behavior.
You'd hope it would be fucking directed, wouldn't you? This is very directed. This is not... Someone has actually thought about what to say. Okay, well, it is an announcement to an unknown assailant about a missing killer, about a missing person, presumed dead. You'd think that it should be directed. What are you going to do? Hey, you know, if you want to return our mother, we'd think that might be okay. If you want.
Analysis unit of the FBI. And what they're trying to make happen is hopefully contact and hopefully a way to open up communication, and if payment can be made, hopefully to track that. But I've got to tell you, I don't think this is about money. It just seems to be.
I don't think it. Well, actually, I do think it's about money. It's either the sister did it for jealous and money, or it's one of those gardeners, those landscapers that were always looking around the house, huh? Yeah. Maybe she reminded one of them of their own abuelita back home. I just wanted somebody to make me tamales like they used to do.
About torturing this family.
Yeah, tell me more. Tell me more about that when you say that.
Well, in a kidnapping scenario, the kidnapper typically truly cares about the money, so they make contact early before law enforcement is involved. They don't ever involve the media. It's a situation that they want to have. They want to strike right when that family is first upset, right after the abduction, so that they can hopefully get money in a reasonable amount soon. But instead, they sent these notes to the media. And by the way, they sent 2 notes to the local media. Then later, 12 hours later, I think when they weren't getting the media play they hoped, they sent another note to TMZ. Natasha, this just seems like screaming for attention and suffering for this family.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the suffering for this family. I'm interested with your experience with the FBI. How does this work when there are enormous ransom demands? How does one decide to pay this in conjunction with law enforcement? Is it entirely in the family's decision-making sphere? How does one advise around authenticity or proof of life? And can this be traced effectively if it is sent to an anonymous Bitcoin or crypto account?
Well, proof of life is typically critical. The FBI will not recommend sending anything. But again, these are recommendations. It is truly up to the family because it is their loved one and that life that is in the balance. So it is up to them to make the decision. And I see here that it seems like they are saying they will pay. And they're trying, I believe, to lure this abductor into making contact and providing instruction to get payment.
I see, because these intermediate steps.
I thought they'd already done that. They sent the Bitcoin. And they're really good at writing. I bet Annie Guthrie's good at writing.
Of course, will be watched so closely by the FBI and by law enforcement here. If money is indeed, or currency is indeed sent, is it possible to trace it adequately if it is going to this protected and anonymous account?
I think it's possible to trace, but whether it can be recovered is a whole different question, Natasha.
We see President Trump, meanwhile, saying that there are very strong clues in this case, that answers will be coming soon. Let's take a listen to this.
We have some clues, I think, that are very strong, and I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?
I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things.
Is the search going to Mexico? Maybe that's it. Maybe the United States will march on Mexico for Savannah Guthrie's mother, and then just accidentally take over the country.
I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever. That could be a suspect. Yeah, it could be definitive.
So what do you make? Authorities have not named a
I spoke with Savannah Guthrie and let her know that I am directing all federal law enforcement to be at the families and local law enforcement's complete disposal. Okay, no comma after enforcements. Immediately. We are deploying all resources to get her mother home safely. The prayers of our nation are with her and her family. Okay, so we know it wasn't Donald Trump who wrote the carefully worded, perfect grammar ransom notes.
suspect or a person of interest. Do you think that is really the case, or are investigators simply playing things close to the vest? What do you read into the president's statements here?
Well, I tell you what, it was such a juxtaposition as to the sheriff's position in this case. I mean, when you listened just hours earlier to the sheriff say, no suspects, everyone's a suspect, we don't know, then you see the reward going up to $50,000. You see a complete reinvestigation, recanvass.
Yeah. The reward went up from $50,000 to $50,000 from $2,500, which is the sort of reward that you would expect to find a lost cat. Maybe not that much. A golden cat. Have you seen our golden cat? We'll give you $2,500.
Seeing 2 times they go back and search. It doesn't look like they have the answers that the president speaks of, but then you never know what's going on behind the scenes. I do think law enforcement knows so much more than we know.
Jennifer Coffendorfer, appreciate the analysis, the insight as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coffendorfer. Jennifer Coffendorfer. Jennifer Coffendodger. Okay, so we are at 70%. That's definitive enough. That's a good, clean place to end the poll. 70-30. 70% say that this was done by Annie and her husband Roller, and 30% don't believe that to be the case. So that's interesting. What is that based on? What are the numbers? The numbers are... okay. Well, I don't know. Should we do more? Should we keep going? Maybe we should keep going. The thing is, I don't really have another video ready. Where was that one that we had a moment ago that we said was too long? We should have just put that on. We'd have been done by now. Shut up. Which one was it? Remember, because it was like 30 minutes. No. None of those. None of those. God damn it. Deputies carrying boxes out of Annie's house. Crazy boxes. We received your message. We're ready to talk. It's valuable.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us.
More breaking news tonight. Savannah Guthrie pleading for her mother's safe return nearly 1 week after she was last seen. The Today Show co-anchor and her siblings spoke directly to Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper. And breaking just within the last hour, deputies were seen leaving the home of Savannah's sister, Annie Guthrie. Video shows investigators carrying out boxes. No word on...
What was that news reporter who said, yeah, there's also been some undercover agents on scene today. And they're talking about this scene right here. And that is not an undercover agent. It might have been an agent... An agent in plain clothes. That's not an undercover.
Why they were there.
You don't go undercover to an active crime scene, okay?
But at least 3 deputies spent several hours inside the home before leaving. This all happens as investigators look into a new note about Nancy sent to...
Who is JLR? People keep talking about JLR as if I'm supposed to know who that is. Who is it? Justice lives. What could it be? Justice. Like. I can't think of any word that begins with R.
A local television station in Arizona. I'm Liz Nagy. Jory Rand is off tonight. The family says they will pay for their 84-year-old mother's safe return. Eyewitness News reporter Carly Gomez is live following the very latest developments tonight.
He had undercover on the back of his jacket. I love that. I would love a jacket that said undercover. Maybe we should have that as merch. Undercover Metrix merch. Just with nothing on it, right? No logo. Just a plain t-shirt. But in a range of colors.
Carly?
Yeah, good evening, Liz. In a new Instagram post, Savannah Guthrie and her siblings are addressing...
Hey. If anybody wants to support the channel with an undercover coffee, that'd be great. Link in the description to buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics or PayPal. If you prefer PayPal, that's also an available option.
A new message sent to a local television station in Tucson.
And if you love merch, we have merch. It's in the description for the video. It's right there.
Details of that message are unclear, but they say they are willing to pay for the safe return of their 84-year-old mother.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her.
It's now been 1 week since Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her home in Tucson. Since then...
What would they be celebrating? The return? I just think that's strange. You're not going to throw a party, are you? You're gonna get someone to come and install some security features. Yeah, we're gonna celebrate the upgrade to your security system. And I wish I had gotten you that panic button for Christmas. I thought about it.
Investigators have been retracing their steps, towing a car, inspecting cameras, and going door to door in the neighborhood.
Are they the undercover agents?
Appeared from her home in Tucson. Since
then, really?
Investigators have been retracing their steps, towing a car, inspecting cameras.
Yeah. There's some undercover agents at the house right now.
And going door to door in the neighborhood.
But again, they say that because it sounds cool. You know, they just need to say enough buzzwords to keep the masses happy, don't they? Right now, there's been a development, and in their wording of the ransom response, they were really directed.
The first ransom note created deadlines with consequences if not met. The first deadline was Thursday. Savannah's brother Cameron asking to communicate.
And that blood, it's really advantageous that blood was there because the dogs can smell the blood and get the scent and track if they went on foot through the desert at 2 in the morning. with an 84-year-old woman in tow, captive. Yeah. Well, I've always wanted to see the Grand Canyon.
With the kidnappers.
Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you.
After that plea, another note was received by a local news station. KOLD said it contains something the senders seem to think will prove to investigators they're the same people who sent the first note. The one that mentioned Nancy Guthrie's Apple Watch and...
So do I just search for JLR? JLR, what does it mean something? JLR investigates, I guess that's it. Oh, okay. Oh, so he's the guy that's on scene, filming all this stuff. Right, okay, good. Good.
possible damage at her home. They demanded Bitcoin and included...
So the first note mentioned Apple Watch, damage at her home, demanded Bitcoin. Okay, well, Annie and Rolo would know that if it was them, which it was, probably.
2 deadlines.
If the ransom note talks about specific things in the house, like things broken, things moved.
I found it. It's Jonathan Lee Riches. Jonathan Lee Riches.
Cameras removed or smashed, whatever it might be. If that's the case, they're going to go back and double check they've got to see if it matches what the bad guys are telling them.
Investigators are looking into a vehicle of interest after receiving a tip. A Tucson Circle K told ABC News law enforcement reviewed their video surveillance at one of their stores. The 84-year-old Guthrie relies on a pacemaker and medication to survive. The Guthries are begging for their mother's return as the second ransom deadline is in just 2 days.
Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again.
Now the investigation
Do you think Amber Heard has reached out to Savannah?
is expanding to neighboring cities. Now billboards are being put up now in Phoenix, El Paso, and here in Los Angeles. Reporting live, Carly Gomez, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Carly, thank you. Let's take a look now at the timeline of this case. Nancy Guthrie was last seen near her home last Saturday evening after having...
So poor Savannah Guthrie, her dad died of a heart attack when she was like 16. Now her sister has killed her mother with Rolo, and she'll be taken away forever, so she's completely alone. I mean, what about the brother? What did he do? He was the lookout, or I don't know.
Dinner with family. Investigators say she was reported missing Sunday after she didn't show up for church. Officials later say they believe she was abducted. On Tuesday, the Pima County Sheriff's Office revealed it was reviewing possible ransom notes. And just yesterday, they announced they were looking into another message about Nancy Guthrie sent to a local TV station. Again, a source tells ABC News that was the same message Savannah Guthrie was referring to tonight. There's still no identified suspect or person of interest in the case. We will continue to stay on top of this story as things develop and bring you the very latest details as they come in. We'll also push out any major updates to our ABC 7 Los Angeles app.
So Daniel Savoy says, the difference in urgency between the first and last family videos is striking. They've been told she's dead, and the news director all but came out and said as much when interviewed about the note. Okay. Well, I think we'll do another shorter video comparing those two, is it just 2 ransom note videos that they've put out, or 3? Who's got the links? Who's got the links to those raw files? That's what we need. Somebody, send them to us. Send them to us on Discord. The raw files. They got the word FBI on back of the shirt, so how is that undercover? Exactly, right? They should have undercover written on the back. Then we'd know they were undercover. Right? There's not enough distinction at the FBI. That's what's been missing all this time. Good undercover labeling. Look at Guthrie's neck. It keeps changing sizes. Yeah, celebrities do that. No, a funeral, often called a celebration of life across faiths. Even if it's not formally called a celebration of life, this is language that is routinely used even in the most formal of funerals. Right, yeah, I've heard that before. Uh-oh, Roland, I never know what's going to happen with Roland. Sometimes he seems happy and sometimes he seems upset. What is he saying here? There's a lot of possibility that Annie didn't want to admit her husband had something to do with something. On the other hand, how would the asshole, I suppose, leave? You can write the word if you want. How would the asshole leave the house without her knowing? What house? I'm lost. Let's read it again. There's also a possibility that Annie didn't want to admit her husband had something to do with something. On the other hand, how would the asshole leave the house? Okay, so how would Rollo leave their house without Annie knowing? Annie was probably waiting in the car, driving the van. But then the thing about the suspicious van, they wouldn't need to surveil the house, would they? But the suspicious van, we don't know. I mean, it's a white van. So that could be nothing to do with it. The sister might... Goody's Gumdrops, 1164 says, the sister might not be involved. Well, that's true. So hang on. Does Christina not think that the sister is involved? So who do you think it was, Christina? A disgruntled Mexican? A yard worker? A landscaper? A pool boy? A roof cleaner? A maid? Maybe she did a Sherry Papini and kidnapped herself, right? Got an old boyfriend to pick her up in a Challenger, Hellcat, and drive her away. She'll come back with having been hit in the mouth with a hockey puck or a stick. What was it? One of the two. Maybe both. Yeah. Do you think that'll get clicks? We'll ask the question, did Nancy Guthrie kidnap herself? Maybe. No one's voicing that opinion. We are unique. Teddy Trey says, not the daughter the mother look at the picture of her when she's on the show with her daughter versus the pictures they are showing on the video you just played.
The Guthries are begging for their mother's return.
Well, we're not saying this sister. We're talking Anne. Anne hates Savannah because she's the jewel of America and the jewel of her mother's eye. And she was sick of that beaten up 10-year-old Subaru and wanted a Tesla. We'll kidnap Mom. She's not got long to live anyway. We could wait and we'll miss the opportunity to teach Savannah a lesson for looking down on us, from her high horse in her ivory tower, in her lily white world.
as the second ransom deadline is in just 2 days.
Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again.
Now, the investigation is expanding to neighboring cities. Now, billboards are being put up now in Phoenix, El Paso, and here in Los Angeles. Reporting.
Danielle's been studying hard on this case. She's got all of the facts. Look, Danielle says news director was asked, did it contain proof of life? Answer, no, it did not. Did it say anything about her condition? Answer, I can't get into the details of that. What the answer was, when the answer was no, she said no. Right. So maybe they have received a finger. Because they keep missing those deadlines. And you know what happens when you miss a ransom deadline? You get fingers in the mail and toes. I see that, Danielle. I appreciate the impulse. Impulse? Sad Roland. Or Happy Roland. You mean Ronald? Is it Roland? No, it is Ronald. Maybe if we start calling him Roland, he'll cheer the fuck up. Happy birthday, Roland.
Live, Carly Gomez, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Carly, thank you. Let's take a look now at the timeline of this case. Nancy...
That white van is the same one from every crime. Yeah. It was a white van. No logo on the side. Yeah, same one from every single crime. There's always a white van. There's a white van and a red truck.
Guthrie was last seen near her home last Saturday evening after having dinner with family. Investigators
And a silver pine mica fucking Prius.
say she was reported missing Sunday after she didn't show up for church. Officials later say they believe she was abducted. On Tuesday, the Pima County Sheriff's Office revealed it was...
So Steve Jones says that Annie doesn't know anything. What, you mean that she just told Rolo to do it and didn't want to know the details so that she couldn't fail under interrogation? Like, get rid of Mom, but don't tell me anything about it. You mean like that?
Reviewing possible ransom notes, and just yesterday they announced they were looking into another message about Nancy Guthrie sent to a local TV station. Again, a source tells ABC News that was the same message Savannah Guthrie was referring to tonight. There's still no identified suspect or person of interest in the case. We will continue to stay on top of this story as things develop and bring you the very latest details as they come in. We'll also push out any major updates to our ABC 7 Los Angeles app.
Okay, well, I think let's just close off this poll because that's a fantastic poll. We didn't want to put that image up. We wanted to put today's image, the best image. The poll was, we've dipped back down to 68%. No, 69. We'll call it 70. We were on 70 anyway. 70% say that yes, this was done by Annie and her husband, Rolo. Okay, so we'll end that poll. And thank you all for coming for today's program. The moderators, the supporters, the chatters. It's been great. And thank you for being here. We'll be back tomorrow with more Guthrie news. In fact, we might do a short video real soon. I want to do this, we need to get a consensus, right? We need to do a direct comparison, isolated, just the two videos. Or are there three? If anyone wants to help us with finding things, come to Discord. Link in the description. And yeah, we'll see you when we see you, which will be real soon, at some point in a few hours, probably. All right? But for now, Take care. Have a safe drive home. Be kind to each other. If you see Nancy Guthrie anywhere, let someone know. A cop or a doctor, a priest, holy man, someone safe. All right, let someone safe know. Okay, but until then, eyes peeled. Beef up your security systems. Today's video is sponsored by pepper spray mace. Okay, everybody needs to get some on their person. And even when you go to bed, sleep with it around your neck. A can of mace. It's not paranoid. It's safe. Okay? Good night, and we'll see you soon. Love ya.